this virtually via Zoom in consideration of COVID-19 social distancing recommendations. The public may participate with comments by using the chat feature. Please note all statements made will be visible to the group, and information will be posted prior to the meeting on how to join at missionkansas.org website on our calendar. Please contact the administrative offices at 913-676-8350 with any questions or concerns. We're going to start tonight with our public hearing for the 2021 budget for the City of Mission, Rock Creek Drainage District number 1 and Rock Creek Drainage District number 2. The notice of the public hearing was published in the legal record on July 21st, 2020. At this time, I would like to officially open the public hearing and invite City Administrator Laura Smith to give a brief presentation. Following the presentation, we'll open the hearing up to any member of the public who would like to comment on the 2021 budget.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. And I will move quickly. I do know we have some members of the public here. Some, I believe, have been in meetings with us through the budget process. So I did prepare a quick presentation. It will look remarkably like the one we saw at our last meeting with a couple of updates. So I will move through that quickly. As Councilmember Thomas mentioned, this is our legally required public hearing on the 2021 budget. So notice was published in the legal record. This publication sets the maximum expenditure limits for the budget. And so the city can revise those expenditures downward between now and the time we certify the budget to the county clerk, but we cannot increase expenditures or the mill levy associated with that per state statute. So this evening, I'll just touch briefly on kind of a quick budget overview and the impacts that the COVID-19 pandemic has had up to this point, a brief look at our capital improvement program for the next 5 years, and then the last steps to wrap up the 2021 budget adoption. Just a reminder that the mayor and our 8 council members will be voting on the budget at their council meeting on August 19th. Contact information for each individually, should you have questions, is available on the city's website. And we like to include in this presentation, and this will be added to the packet following our meeting this evening, just a quick organizational chart and summary that represents the departments and our current structure. For the 2021 budget, being positioned for flexibility in order to respond to the changes happening as a result of the coronavirus has been our #1 priority and our #1 challenge. Will continue to be a focus for us for the balance of 2020 and I believe well into the 2021 budget. For the 2021 budget that's being presented, overall estimated revenues are $19.75 million, overall estimated expenses of $21.42 million, spread across 17 funds. Expenses exceed revenues as a result of expenditures of bond proceeds for the Rock Creek project that had previously been authorized and in the bank. There are no tax increases proposed or fee increases in the 2021 budget, with the exception of a small 67 cent per month increase in the residential solid waste utility fees. And I don't know. Sorry, can't get rid of a strange window. Just a quick look at our assessed valuation in 2020. Our anticipated growth and the underlying assessed valuation of the community is 7%. That represents a continued sort of upward trend. Our average growth over the last 5 years has been about 7.2%. We've seen a high of 13% in 2018, a low of 2% in 2019. And those increases in the last several years have been driven primarily by growth in assessed valuation for residential properties. We budget really in two categories, 2 buckets, if you will, annually. The first being the general fund. This is our operating fund. supports all of our operating departments: police, community development, public works, parks and recreation, administration, and is really focused on revenues and expenses in a particular fiscal or calendar year. For 2021, general fund revenues are budgeted at $12.1 million. There are primarily 4 major revenue streams which support the revenues in the general fund, sales and use taxes being the largest of those. When we combine sales and use tax at 27% with intergovernmental revenue at 11%, and intergovernmental revenue represents the pass-through sales and use taxes from the county to the city of Mission. That represents about 38% of our general fund revenues annually. Next, property taxes are about 26%, but of that total property tax that is levied, 7 mills is transferred to the Capital Improvement Fund for street maintenance. Parks and Recreation make up the next largest category at 13%, and this is a significant decrease actually from previous years. The community center revenues, as we'll touch on a little bit later, continue to be some of the most hard hit as a result of COVID and closures and shutdowns. And then we have fines and fees and franchise fees that each make up about 9% of our general fund revenues. We've talked through the budget process about some of the accommodations that we've made for sales tax and sales tax projections. Started our process off estimating a 15% reduction in sales tax based on the receipts that we saw at the end of June. We felt comfortable revising that down to about a 10% decrease. Our sales tax seems to be holding and trending on track with budget, with actually no reduction. That we had another sales tax receipt that came in last week, and that again held true. We aren't seeing any significant decreases in sales tax revenues, so we felt comfortable and feel like we're able to make some adjustments upward in those revenues. We'll continue to watch those very closely for the balance of the year, but that's where we will make up some significant ground in some of our estimated revenue losses. On the expense side, in the general fund for 2021, total expenses are projected at $13.1 million. When we exclude the transfers to the Capital Improvement Fund and a smaller transfer to the Solid Waste Utility Fund, our actual operating expenses are about $11.9 million. 37% of those are in our public safety department. They are the largest department in terms of staffing and personnel. Parks and Recreation, 24%, Public Works at 26%, and Administration at 13% of the budget. We have a projected ending fund balance at the end of 2021 of $3.14 million, which represents about 26% of general fund annual revenues. The City Council has a 25% fund balance policy, so it slightly exceed that. We have used excess fund balance revenues in the 2020 and 2021 budget, and I have a spreadsheet which I'll share as we get a little bit further into this presentation that kind of maps out how that has impacted our budget for this year and into next. The next slide really just represents, we break down a comparison of our 2020 estimated versus 2021 proposed in all of the major categories in the general fund budgets. So personnel, contractual, which are goods and services that we purchase through others, commodities, capital outlay, and then debt service. And as I said, I am moving quickly through this because most of this is a repeat of some things we've seen before. So general fund balance, the GFOA, or Government Finance Officers Association of America, recommends no less than 2 months of general fund operating revenues as a fund balance or fund reserve. That's designed to help mitigate revenue shortfalls, any unanticipated expenditures, and to help ensure stability in the tax rates. As you can see in the chart on this slide, the red bar represents the 25% fund balance policy of the City Council. The blue bar represents where we've been in terms of actual performance in relationship to that. You can see we added significantly to that fund balance in 2016 through 2019. That was driven primarily by excess use tax revenues that were unanticipated. We watch those closely because we can't always count on those year over year. We were also intentionally building excess fund balance to allow us some flexibility in potentially responding to settlement of our transportation utility fee litigation. That has now been resolved, and so that allows us sort of a greater picture or some flexibility with the fund balance going forward. Depending on a variety of other factors, such as exposure to significant one-time expenses, we kind of keep an eye on this fund balance. We learned when we issued bonds, refunded bonds earlier this year, that spending down your fund, building a large fund balance intentionally and then spending it down is not always looked at favorably by your bond rating agencies. So we want to be very careful in how we save in the future and manage those excess reserves. Certainly okay, the state statutes allow us to balance a budget with reserves, but that's obviously something that should always be managed very carefully. So I will actually I'm going to breeze through the capital improvement program, and then I'm going to come back to kind of that fund balance question. So as part of the annual budget, we look at the general fund, the operating funds, then we look at the various funds that support our capital improvement program. We look at that on a 5-year horizon. Those are typically infrastructure projects that are large and take multiple years to move through a design, funding, and construction process, so they're better handled outside of the general fund. We currently program our CIP in 3 areas: stormwater, streets, and parks and recreation. Each one of those has specific dedicated revenue streams associated with them. Those are detailed here. You can see in terms of stormwater revenues, we bring in approximately $3.2 million in annual revenues. For the street program side, about $1.875 million, and parks and recreation, $925,000. Both on the street side and the parks and recreation side, we have dedicated sales taxes. The street sales tax will be expiring in March of 2022, parks and recreation in March of 2023. So I know that conversations around renewal of those will be part of the council's considerations in the coming months. In 2021, the program expenditure highlights for the capital improvement program on the stormwater side include finalizing the construction on the Rock Creek Channel improvements that passed behind the former Mission Bowl property, and then establishing repair and a maintenance fund that as we get stormwater inventory results, which we'll be discussing later on the CDC agenda tonight, will help us to build out some specific repair and maintenance programs. On the street side, we just have completed the UVAS treatment portion of Lamar from Shawnee Mission Parkway to Fox Ridge. The striping and the addition of the bike lanes is scheduled to begin on August 17th. And then we look at other just miscellaneous repairs and sidewalk programs and striping as we look to sort of revamp and reprioritize our residential street program. On the Parks and Recreation side, several projects have been included here. Several projects were deferred in 2020, particularly at the community center, to account for a decrease in the revenues. We will continue as we have historically, even though there are projects in the budget, each one will be evaluated and may or may not move forward in a particular fiscal year depending on need and resources available. Then we just included highlights on a few other funds: the Mission Convention and Visitors Bureau Fund, which is a transient guest tax, and that primarily supports the Mission magazine at this point, which is produced 5 times a year, the latest issue of which should be in the mail now and is available on our website. Special Alcohol Fund generates about $70,000 in revenues. Currently, we're using about $50,000 of that as a contribution to the Drug and Alcoholism Council. $15,000 supports DARE programs in our local elementary schools, and then $30,000 supports the mental health co-responder program that we participate in through Johnson County. Solid Waste Utility Fund supports our residential trash recycling and yard waste program, along with bulky item collection. Residents pay approximately 85% of that total contract. The city subsidizes about 15% from the general fund. And we anticipate an increase, as I mentioned before, of about 67 cents per month for 2020. And you'll hear we have a mid-year update on the WCA solid waste contract coming at the CDC meeting later this evening. And then the TIF and CID funds are those that are required on TIF and CID projects to account for the funds, the inflow of funds, and then the distribution back to the developer. And those are all handled through development agreements. That I'll come back and pull up a spreadsheet here, but kind of remaining steps in our budget. Once we get through that, we will have the opportunity tonight for any public comment on the budget. And then the council will have its last look and consideration of the budget at the August 19th City Council meeting, which is scheduled to begin at 7 p.m. So one of the things that I wanted to do, I know that in conversation with many of you over the last several months, we've had a lot of discussion about how we're using excess fund balance and fund reserves to move into the 2020 and through the 2020 and into the 2021 budget. So I took an opportunity, and I don't know if this will make sense in anyone else's mind but my own, but I wanted to take an opportunity just to really break this down a little bit and try to illustrate exactly how that excess fund balance was being spent. And I think one of the things I realized very quickly is that as we look at the general fund summary sheet, which is included in your budget packet, looking at that ending fund balance number is not the easiest way to track what's going on. So the best thing to really do is to look at structurally in the budget, where are we ending the year in terms of expenses compared to revenues. And so if you look at your general fund summary page at the end of 2020 estimated, we have projected that expenses will exceed revenues by $1,325,197. Now, when you think about the fact that going into 2020, our ending fund balance was inflated because there were a number of projects that were intended to be accomplished in 2019, which were not, and then those are being expended in 2020. When we take out those carryover expenses, which totaled about $519,000, when we look truly at our 2020 budget, we have expenses over revenues of $805,709. If we look at, as I mentioned, we saw another positive sales tax receipt last week. So if I am still very conservative and I take the 6 months that we have collected thus far in 2020, and I project that a 10% decrease over the remaining 6 months, so an average of 5% overall, we can conservatively add about another $185,410 to the budget. And I did not update the budget packet, but I can for next week. I like to be very conservative and kind of show what we think the worst case scenario might be, because I would always prefer to come in and do better than that than have to come back and ask you and the public for this additional funds. So that brings down what I think really expenses over revenue, again, still conservatively, to about $620,000. If we continue to track with sales tax revenues through the balance of the year, the way we have for the first 6 months, that $185,000 could easily become $310,000. So we're looking at, in 2020 estimated expenses over revenues somewhere between $620,000 and $495,000. So when we look at that, then I wanted to take a moment and just break it down and say, what does that really mean in terms of what are we dipping into those reserve funds to pay for? And when we look at the other areas that we anticipate to have fairly dramatic impacts as a result of COVID, the biggest one is our community center subsidy. So we typically, when we adopted the 2020 budget, we were subsidizing, we had planned to subsidize community center operations to the tune of about $750,000. That has increased to over $1 million in subsidy to maintain the community center in our 2020 estimated budget. So we're taking an additional $259,830 of that excess fund balance to address community center operations and revenue shortfalls. Now, if revenues improve over where we have estimated, and we have estimated, I believe, a 50% reduction in community center revenues for 2020, these numbers will continue to get better. So when we really look at what are we using, or what portion of that excess fund balance are we using to subsidize operational expenses, it ranges somewhere between $360,000 and $235,000. And if you look at, on that general fund summary, if you look at the 2019 budget, you'll see, if you go to that difference revenue to expenses, you'll see that we actually subsidize our adopted 2019 budget to the tune of about $270,000. So that can depend on what types of projects and big expenses that you have, but you can kind of see where some of the big drivers are there. And again, any additional savings on the expense side or revenue improvements, either in sales tax or in community center revenues, will just simply help that bottom line. As we move then into the 2021 budget, again, sort of a similar breakdown. When we look at expenses over revenues, we were projecting there about $1.1 million of expenses that exceeded the revenues. Again, I broke that down. If we take that conservative approach on sales tax based on last week's receipts, that number drops to about 700. Well, if we look at a sales tax increase, and then historically we save on average $200,000 a year in personnel savings. We've shown in the budget that was presented, personnel is being fully staffed. So if we consider that sales tax increase and the money that we know we historically save in personnel, that drops to $728,000. If we look at an improved sales tax scenario, that number drops to $604,000. So again, broke out what that looks like in terms of how much of that expenditure or expenses over revenues is being dedicated to the subsidy at the community center. And for 2021, that number is $350,000. And so you will see there that we're subsidizing other operating expenses somewhere between $378,000 and $254,000. So when we move down to that last chart and we really look at the two different scenarios, the estimated actual use of excess fund balance is somewhere between $1.3 and $1.1 million. $609,000 of that is community center subsidy, and the balance is other just operating expenses. Again, we fully anticipate that these numbers will just get better, but I think the other thing that, at least for me, in breaking it out in this fashion does is that really highlights kind of the impacts and the things that we'll need to be monitoring very closely, particularly with respect to community center operations, if we don't see some dramatic improvements and we don't see us getting back to more pre-COVID levels of operations and revenues there.
Laura,
yes.
I think John Arnett put in the chat that he needs to leave at 7 and wanted to make some comments.
Okay. I can certainly stop, and we can, I don't know, Emily, if we want to unmute him, do we want to?
He's actually, He has left the meeting, but he just, I can read his comment. He says, I appreciate the work the staff has done to assemble a reasonable budget in these unprecedented and unexpected times. I also appreciate the council's focused attention towards judicious use of monies for mission residents. I agree with the use of general fund reserves in this unique time, and as stated, no, it is intentional with an ongoing plan in place to monitor the situation and the budget. So,
Okay. So really I would just show one other quick, revise the general fund summary page just to reflect kind of the additional sales tax and those personnel savings on the more conservative side. And as you can see, you see a difference there of about, bottom line, it adds about another $400,000 to our ending fund balance. So I'm happy to answer any questions. That's really my presentation. So we can take any other public comments, and then if the council later on our agenda, as we're actually talking about the budget item, if you have questions, we can either take them now or we can hold them till later in the meeting.
Okay, like Laura mentioned, this is an opportunity for members of the public to comment. You can either comment in the chat and say that you want to be unmuted and we can go to you, or if you have comments that you would like to share in the chat, you can do that at this time. Okay, seeing no one, the public hearing is officially closed. But please note the council will discuss the budget later on in this evening's finance and administration agenda. Okay, next up, we have public presentations that are actually, I apologize, Laura, do we need to go to the 2021 budget Rock Creek Drainage District 1 and 2 as part of the public hearing?
No, I can, let me just comment on those. The Rock Creek Drainage Districts are separate taxing entities, but the City Council is basically the governing bodies of both of those drainage districts, so we consider those budgets together. You will see in your packet, after the budget memo, there are the notice of the budget public hearings. You can see that the estimated mill levy for 2020, which will fund the 2021 budget for the City of Mission, is 17.57 mils. When you look at Rock Creek Drainage District number 1, that is 9.856 mils, and Rock Creek Drainage District 1 encompasses the Gateway site exclusively, and Rock Creek Drainage District number 2 essentially follows the Rock Creek Channel from Roland Drive to Lamar, and that mill levy for 2020 to fund the 2021 budget is 9.771, and those drainage district revenues are transferred into the stormwater utility fund and used primarily to cover debt service payments for previous improvements that had been made.
Okay, great. All right, so we will move on to public presentations, which we have none. But we do have 6 action items. First up is the acceptance of the July 1st, 2020 Finance and Administration Committee minutes. Audrey?
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Yes, presented here are the July 1st, 2020 Finance and Administration Committee minutes for your consideration. Thank you.
Hillary, I believe we can accept those as presented.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Let's move on to action item number 3, contract for crossing guard services with Kevin Self, beginning on page 111, which of note, I really appreciate the page numbers that were on the packet. That's fantastic.
This is the time where I speak on it. We're asking that we continue the contractual services with All City Management. They've done our crossing guard services since 2016. The increase represents a $1,380 increase for the year. It's $21.08 per hour is the current rate. They're asking it be increased to $23.01. There should have been a worksheet. I don't know if it was included in the packet, but it spelled out the number of hours worked and how they arrived at that increase.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have any discussion or questions for Captain Self?
Hillary,
Yeah.
the only question I have is the impact of the COVID on the schools and whether or not, if schools are closed or they're not meeting in person, it probably does not affect this because it's an hourly rate. Is that correct, Captain Self?
Correct. It is in fact based on an hourly rate.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Captain Self? All right. Do we
I
have
would
a,
go ahead and suggest that we move this to the consent agenda.
great. Thank you, Ken. Next up, we have action item number 4, communication strategy update with Emily Randel.
Yes, thank you. This is a bit of a carryover from the last time we had intended to do a more informal update on the communications work staff has been doing with the Crux team with our 30, 60, 90-day plan that we plan to share with you that was included in your packet. And we would just like to pick up where we left off at that point. Talk to you a little bit about how that relationship is growing. We have since had our first couple of meetings with our newly formed decentralized city staff communications team representing all of our departments, trying to really kind of carve out those roles and really identities as communication leads within each subject area. So we've done that and created some really good synergy there and are working through a list of the key pieces of collateral and other things that will be the first on the docket to sort of refresh and refocus and release to the public in a new, fresh way once we have our branding established. This is all coming from the work that we have that we've shared now already with you all from the research phase, trying to incorporate that really authentic, genuine content and feeling for our community and making sure this represents all of that. We have also, Crux has for us established a baseline for Google Analytics showing our website traffic, page by page, duration, etc., as well as visits and things from external sites, social media accounts, things like that. So that'll establish kind of a nice framework for increasing that type of outreach and reach into our community with our different communication methods. The Crux team has had a kind of getting to know you meeting with our Mission Magazine editorial board to understand better kind of their role in mission communications and that relationship and how well established that communication piece is and where we might fit in there or not, depending on what the needs might be as we go. So a lot of that work, the 30, 60, 90 kind of lays out the strategy of the work. We also have been really kind of indexing the collateral pieces, as I mentioned, kind of evaluating what they do for us, what we would like to see, building out a communication wish list for pieces, but also campaigns, kind of messaging and storytelling that we haven't yet done to the full extent that we could do. So that's kind of all keyed up, and we've been working along on all of that behind the scenes. Tonight, I'd like to introduce Ryan Himbry, who their lead designer, who will be sharing with you the work that came from the research process and leading to a couple of design concepts. Once we can land on one of those, then we can get started on using them in all the different applications that we've kind of worked through and lined up ready to go. So Ryan, if you can take it away.
All right, thank you, Emily, and thank you, everyone. I am going to share my screen here at presentation, if I can find it, sorry. Yep. Okay, hold on. I'm almost there, I promise. Okay.
We promised no technical difficulties.
I'm sorry, okay. Why can't I see that? Okay, I'm gonna share screen. desktop to share. Oh man, can you do this, Becky? I'm sorry, I'm having some difficulty. I got a new computer, so.
No judgment.
Okay.
I would do a little song and dance, but it's not why we're here. Okay, so without further ado, and I apologize, especially to you, Malia, wanted to basically present the results of our work. As you know, we've been working many hours.
Hang on.
And you're not on presentation view.
Yeah, you need to go to presenter view. We can see your whole presentation.
Oh no. That's weird.
There we go. Oh, wherever
we
you
were
just were.
there.
Go back.
I don't know.
Hit presenter view. Oh, go there. Yeah, try that. You may have to stop screen sharing and pull it up and then try your screen sharing again.
Just stop sharing that. I think there's a way that you can do it where you're flipping the screen.
We really are competent.
We didn't practice this. Well,
I promise. I promise.
We've seen him do it a lot. We've seen him do
That's
it.
right. Even earlier today.
Okay. Can you guys see that now?
No, not yet.
And then you get that. Wait, go back where you were. Do swap displays. A swap. Swap displays.
Or you can email it to Emily or I and we can share it for you.
Okay, now share screen.
Up at the top, swap displays.
No, she has.
Oh, yeah. You guys are going to love this, I promise.
The suspense is building, right?
I know, the suspense is building.
Okay. Now, Laura, what do you see?
Nope, still not the right version.
It's two side-by-side screens instead of just the one.
Yep. How about this? How about email it to Emily and we'll share it and then you guys can, Ryan can start talking to us a little bit about just some of the work while we do that.
Okay. All right, yeah, so basically, oh, do you have your, you don't, okay. Sorry, a little reverberation here. So what we did, just to kind of recap, we spent several hours over the past few months doing a lot of research, talking to a lot of different constituents. And so wanted to go over kind of what our goal was for the project. We wanted to define and develop an elevated brand for the city and its departments. And we also asked the question, what does success look like? And really that has to come down, it comes down to consistent brand and messaging with a fresh new look and a new logo that we can use. So one of the things that we did is we asked the various constituencies, businesses, residents, what were their perceptions of the brand. And so there were a lot of different words that were thrown out: community, neighborhoods, inclusiveness, accessibility, diverse and funky, character. It's the crossroads of Northeast Johnson County, has big heart, big city. It's growing and vibrant, comfortable. Some of the things that made Mission different or what was unique was that it had a good heart, the location, the diversity of the people and the businesses, and then it's a small town feel smack dab in the middle of Kansas City. Are we trying this?
One more time.
Okay.
I sent it to Emily. Go ahead.
Okay. So when we get the logo up, one of the things we want to do first is we want to take a look at the existing logo and what you're currently using. And one of the biggest things that we noticed is that the logo actually says City of Mission, Kansas. You don't need to say that it's a City of Mission because people just call it Mission. I mean, I know there's a Mission, Texas, but really the only time you have to denote that it is a city would be in your letterhead and everything or on business cards for legal purposes. The logo, the current logo, if you can picture it.
Hang on, let's hold for just a minute. Emily, do you have it?
It's loading in 30 seconds.
Okay, let's hang on because we'll get.
Okay, yeah, no, it's better.
We love technology.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
We sure do, and it works.
This is where the people at home can just fast forward through the recording.
Thank you, Emily.
There we go.
Thank you. Okay, so we kind of went over this. What were the goals, the perceptions, the differentiators, and all of this is in that original research packet, and we will be emailing you a copy of this presentation so that you guys can review everything. If you go to the next slide. So the existing logo for City Mission, like I said, you don't need to have City of as part of the logo. It just needs to be written somewhere on official correspondence. It's set in a standard serif typeface that really dates it. Also, it's not very unique when it's compared to like Prairie Village or Merriam or Fairway, and it just kind of evolved. I think there's another version of this logo that does not have the sunflower, and because of the way that it's been designed, it's very easy for someone to reproduce this, so you run the risk of having unauthorized copies of this brand out there. So what we wanted to do, if you go to the next slide, Emily, thank you, is we came up with two different options for the look and feel. Now we did a bunch of different studies and went through a lot of different concepts and iterations, but after discussing with the team, we're going to present two options that we feel best represent who Mission is. So if you go to the next slide, I want to just pause on this. This is the first logo that we came up with. Let that sink in a little bit, and you're gonna see these in some applications throughout the presentation. So if you go to the next slide for me, Emily, that'd be great. So what makes this unique or special, and how this communicates the values and the brand, is that having a lowercase typeface makes the brand more approachable and friendly. The curves of the letter form echo the arches that you can see in a lot of different architecture. We decided to use a more sophisticated navy blue just because it allows for more versatility, and also it connotes strength and stability. It's one of the reasons why it's one of the most popular brand colors in use today. Next slide, please. So the mark consists of 4 overlapping stylized M's that represent the 4 different wards or corners of the city. Click it for me again, Emily. It also conveys this idea of a patchwork of different audiences and diversity, and also the arrows come together in the center to project this idea that it's the crossroads of Northeast Johnson County. Go to the next slide. I want to show the rationale behind it. So if you look at this first M, it's in navy blue. It's reminiscent of commercial buildings. It looks a little bit like a picket fence, stylized picket fence that forms an M. We thought that this would be a great color to use for the city's administrative and community development departments. If you go to the next slide, we use green to represent this idea of trees. Also, because of the directional movement of the arrows, it connotes motion, vibrancy, and we thought that this could be a good color that we could use for parks and recreation. On the next slide, the light blue symbolizes open skies and creativity, but also blue is a very calming color. So we thought that that could be great to use with the police department. On the next slide is the orange, which characterizes infrastructure and this idea of future development. Thought this would be very appropriate for the Public Works Department. So on the next slide here, Emily, Showing the extensions, so what would it look like if we were to apply it to the different departments within the city? We can see that we're using the same brand on everything, but what we're doing is we're changing the modifying element of the brand. So we're putting Public Works in orange, Parks and Rec in green, and then the police department could be in the light blue. When you see Just Mission, the Kansas is also in that orange color. To help visualize what this could look like in actual applications, we've put together just some mock-ups. These are just ideas, so if you go to the next slide for me, please. This is an idea of what it could look like if it was printed on letterhead. On the next slide, we've got embroidery for your uniforms or for shirts. The next slide is going to be the banners. You have all those lampposts along Johnson Drive that we can hang these banners. What we've done is we've swapped out the colors. Just imagine driving down Johnson Drive and you see all these different color banners. Just really is fun and playful, and it also further enhances the way the brand is used. On the next slide, I believe we've got the Public Works vehicle. So what would it look like if you actually put it on your vehicles? And then, of course, you would have your coffee mugs and other ad specialties that we would put the logo on as well. So that is just what we thought would be great for our first option, very versatile logo. We wanted to present another option as well. So if we go to the next slide for me, this would be the second option. You'll notice there are some similarities between the other one. If you go to the next slide, I'll kind of go through our rationale or our thought process on this. Again, the typography has a lot of the similar characteristics as the one before. It has the curviness to it, so it represents those archways. This is a little bit more modern of a typeface, a little more compact. We're using a slightly darker navy blue than the other one for the same reasons that we did, that it's stability and strength. So go to the next slide here. Again, it consists of 4 stylized M's that form a Mobius strip. If you can picture this kind of wrapping it around on itself, so it's infinity. The 4 M's can represent the 4 wards of the city. Also, it kind of looks like a map, or it's this idea of city streets that are intersecting. And then by having this script typeface Kansas, it really adds some unique personality to it because it looks like a signature, you know, if you were to sign your name. So I think that that's a good mixture of professionalism and individuality as well. Next slide, please. So going through the colors, green stands for the trees, nature, and vibrancy. We think that green obviously is great for the Parks and Rec. The next color that we use is orange for Public Works. Then we have the navy blue, which would be for city administrator and community development. And then finally the light blue for the police. And then if you go to the next slide, we're going to show you what it would look like as we extend it. So in this, we're utilizing the same idea where we would use the same mission brand. We modify it with the name of the department. But with this, we're a little more playful with the use of colors. So we've changed the actual logo mark so that more of that color is highlighted. If you go to the next slide, I'll show you some mock-ups of what it would look like. Again, this is an example of the letterhead, what it would look like if we were to letter press on business cards or on stationery. Next slide. If we were to embroider it on shirts, how effective that would look. Then the next slide is going to be on the banners. So with this one, we thought really playing with the different colors, very vibrant. Again, you have to picture these as you're driving down Johnson Drive. If you were to see these in each of the different colors, alternating really makes a statement, I think, about the city. If you go to the next slide, we've got the Public Works vehicle. And then finally, the coffee mugs. So those were the 2 options that we have. If you could go to the next slide for me, thank you. So what's next? We would recommend doing a soft launch of the brand in the first 30 to 60 days. So we would update all of the key collateral that's used by the various departments in the council. We would update the logo on the existing website, social media, and email. Then we would develop and produce promotional items to distribute to create key audiences. Then we would do a public unveiling of the new brand and messaging in the 90 to 120 days, so the 3rd and 4th month. Develop a press release to send to media outlets. create an effective launch strategy for key constituents and stakeholders. Basically, we want to go and promote this and get people really excited about it. But hopefully, you know, before this period, they will have seen some of these changes, you know, just kind of subtle changes, and get them excited. And then finally, we would implement the new brand across all the marketing and communication channels. So really what we wanted to accomplish today, if you go to the next slide, Emily, is we wanted to have the council select a logo. We've shown both options side by side. I don't believe any action will be taken tonight. We're going to provide this as a document. We're going to email this to you so that you can take some time with this and really, you know, sleep on it, think about which one you like best. But we felt that this was the best representation for what the mission brand is.
Ryan?
Yes.
This is Ken Davis. On the second option, when you were showing the mock-ups, you were not showing the word Kansas in script. Was there a reason for that?
Let's see. I need to go back and take a look at those. Oh yeah, the department. Oh.
Oh, no, he's right on the letterhead. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was probably just a oversight on my part, to be honest with you. It should be the script typeface.
Okay, thank you.
That's what it would actually look like.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Were there any questions or thoughts or feedback that you could provide us with?
I have a question that's a little unrelated to this. Have we made any progress yet on updating the website? I know that was a big part of entering into this agreement as well. And we're 6 months in, I just haven't heard anything about it at all. So I don't know if that's come along at all.
We have actually, we've been doing some research. We've been looking at the back end, how it was built. We've got some options that we've been discussing. But as far as actually redesigning and relaunching that website, we wanted to get through the brand first because we want to make sure that we're going out there with a consistent message. So I think the first step would be to put the new brand on the current website. And then once we get into figuring out the usability or the functionality of the website, that would be our next step, I think, that would help publicly launch this.
And a lot of the work that we're doing about cataloging which pieces we're prioritizing has interaction with the website a lot. So we've been going through those pages, indexing them. Certainly it came up when we do the analysis of the Google Analytics. So looking at those heavy hitter pages and how we'll profile those. So I think for the website look, no action has been taken because it depends on this decision and moving forward. But for the website content, we've been doing a lot of analysis to sort of regroup and restack kind of what we share there and the functions that we think are critical.
Ryan, this is Ken again. I like them both. I really like the work that you've done. I like the concepts that you put behind them. I find that when they're side by side, the one that's option 2 seems a little bit softer because of the rounded edges of the logo on the left, whereas the other one is more like I don't know, it gives you a sense of a jail cell.
Not what we intended, but okay.
I think the first one, to be totally honest, looks just like the Slack logo. That kind of threw me for a loop when I first saw it. For those of you who don't know, Slack Messenger, if you haven't used it, is a very common messaging system, and their logo looks very similar to that.
It is. I believe it only has 2. It doesn't have the 3 different. I mean, this to me looks a little bit more like a fabric or a woven mark.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so yeah, there are going to be similarities, or there are other things that it could be, you know, could remind someone of. But really, I think when you look at this compared to all of the other city identities that are out there, this would be so unique and just so forward thinking that I don't think people are going to associate that with Slack, you know. But it is definitely something we did look at. You know, that's part of our preliminary research, is we always want to make sure that there's nothing out there that this could be confused with.
Yeah, I'm not saying people are necessarily going to associate it with that. Just when I saw it, that was it looks just like it. Maybe it's just because I use it every day at work, but just threw me for a loop when I saw that. Anyway.
Hi,
I
Ryan.
had one.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I just had a quick question. There's elements of both I like, and I'm just wondering, I mean, I know that you're giving us two options, but I'm just wondering if, you know, most of the council likes a lot of those same elements from both, if there's room for hybrid per se.
Yeah, we certainly can make some refinements to these. You know, that actually, I mean, I'm sure Laura and Emily can tell you just how difficult of a decision it was, because we started off with probably 12 different logo concepts, and then we had to narrow those down. And then it was a toss up between the two of these as to which one's the favorite. And honestly, I think we're still split on which one we like best. So yes, if there are some recommendations, or, you know, you like the script Kansas and you want to see what that looks like with option number 1, we can certainly show that to the council, you know, as an option.
Yeah, that was my question, was kind of related to that, Hillary, and I don't know if Emily, if it's easiest for us to send requests like that to you. I like the first design better, but the navy in the second, and possibly also the font better in the second one.
Yeah,
the second design. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's what we were thinking. That would be great to hear kind of your thoughts after you kind of sat with them for a bit. So certainly if anyone has strong feelings, give us the 1, give us the 2, or give us a either way. I'm feeling pretty good about it. But if there are elements, I mean, we can play. We've done that with them quite a bit to this point, so we're happy to do that for sure.
I mean, kind of to Ken's earlier point. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, my concern with the second one is it feels unbalanced to me. Like where the design piece sets, I get that it's actually even, but for some reason it feels unbalanced to me, like more is below the mission than above. I don't know.
Well, Councilmember Davis made the point earlier too about just that it felt kind of soft, and I don't know, just looking at the font in the word mission doesn't seem right to me either. Like, I feel like the M in the end should be more of an uppercase. I don't know. Just my opinion on it, I guess. It seems kind of soft for whatever that's worth.
Well, no, and that's I think that's a valid point for sure. You know, one of the reasons why we like the lowercase was just because it seems more friendly. And if you look at a lot of the identities that are out there, that seems to be a trend. Now, is that a reason why we should or shouldn't? Not necessarily, because ultimately we want to create a brand that's going to last for decades for you. I mean, you should not have to go through this exercise again for a long time. So that's what we're also trying to take into consideration here as well, is, you know, what's going to be more timeless.
Hillary?
Yeah, Trent, sorry, go ahead.
No problem. I'd like to applaud the Crux team for giving us options here. I think whatever we land on, we're in a good area, and I think it'll ultimately be something that'll benefit Mission. The first one kind of reminds me of a shopping mall. Like, you'd pull into a parking lot and see, you know, the outlets sign greeting you. But the second one, I kind of like the darker font. I just wish, I mean, I can follow up with Emily, but I don't like the script per se. It kind of reminds me of like a Branson / old fashioned feel. And I like the modern face, but really just general congratulations to the team. I think this is a good place, and we can find something here that we'd all kind of be proud of. So
why don't you go ahead and show how these compare to some of the others out there?
Yeah, Emily, it's at the very last slide. Yeah. So what we did is we did a little research to see what other cities were doing. And what I think is kind of interesting, if you look at Roland Park, Merriam, and Overland Park, those typefaces are almost exactly identical. It's a font called Gill Sans. They just use varying weights. You know, Fairway looks, it's unique, but it seems a little dated to me. Lenexa, you've got the grass, and I don't know, that just seems very, I don't know, not necessarily the look we're going for. You know, Prairie Village has the Star of Kansas, I guess, and then you've got the tree. So I think if you were to put either one of these, you know, next to any of those, I think the Mission brand, the new Mission brand, will stand out, you know, hands down above those.
Yeah. So if we think we're kind of in the ballpark and want to send me comments, and I'll try to check those up, and we'll keep going back to the research and seeing if it was true with what we were trying to maintain throughout the process. And then, I mean, we'll have to land on something, but if you feel like we're close, then we'll try to get closer.
I have one follow-up, sorry, just one follow-up question real quick, Emily, and it's more about process. I'm just wondering if, you know, I know we've done so much research and, you know, the different constituent groups and focus groups that we've reached out to in the process. I'm just wondering, was there conversation about taking options to the public to informally vote on, you know, on the city's website? Were there any conversations about that, so it wasn't just the council making the final decision?
We did talk about that. We wanted you to see it first. So that's what we were doing. We've shopped it internally, and we've shopped it, to be quite honest, with our families. So we've done a little bit of the behind the scenes weighing, even when we were in the very first stages. So that's where we were, but we didn't want it to be too widespread before we had you're all sort of weighing in first. But we certainly could do.
Hillary?
But we also need to get going. So,
yeah, Ken.
And the only question I had is in terms of publishing and printing and things like that. This is a 4 or 5 color, is that correct, logo, and that increases the expense. So is there any concern about that in terms of cost of choosing the multicolor?
Well, I'll go ahead and answer that. That's okay. So actually, there really isn't nowadays. I mean, you have to think about how the logo is going to be seen. Primarily, people are going to be looking at this online. So you're going to see most of it there. You know, really the cost of 4-color printing has gone down considerably. I mean, there are online printers we can go to that are very cost effective. We've got local printers that we can use. But really, 4-color process, that used to be a deciding factor with most logos. I think really the biggest challenge is not necessarily how many colors it has, but will it work in black and white or in all white? And so that, I think, is more of a concern than whether it's too colorful, you know.
Yeah.
The other reason that I think the multicolor works best is because it gives us some more versatility so that not everything looks the same. We're not just taking the same logo and then slapping it on a, you know, Public Works or whatever. But that's just my opinion.
Thank you very much.
Emily, could we see the black and white versions when we see the next round?
Yes, we can certainly do that.
Or the grayscale or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
To my earlier question, I personally would like to get some public input on the final product. I understand time's of the essence, but you know, if it's something we're looking to have for, you know, the next decade or more, I think making sure it's right with, you know, getting just even an informal vote from, not vote, but, you know, an informal input from some various options from constituents is the way to go.
Yeah,
what's the copyright process?
So that's a great question. We recommend to all of our clients that you take this design, whichever one we go with, to an intellectual property attorney, just because they can do a trademark search. I mean, we can do a cursory search online, but really you want to have a professional take a look at it. You know, there was actually an incident, this was several years ago, where NBC unveiled a new logo, and it was actually exactly identical to something that a city in Nebraska, ironically, had come up with. So we definitely want to make sure that we take this to a professional IP attorney, make sure that we can use it and legally protect it, because we don't want people copying it either, you know?
Thank you.
Do we have any additional questions for Ryan or comments or thoughts for Emily or Laura? I apologize, I don't have gallery view right now, so I can't see everybody, so please just speak out if you have something.
There was one comment in the chat, Hillary. I don't know if you
Thank
want to
you.
read it.
Okay, from Ben Kochek, I think I'm saying your last name correctly. Really sharp design that stands out nicely against neighboring city brands. Option 1 is really attractive to me, but I like the overall direction of both. Great.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a question, Laura, along the same lines as Ken. Did we budget for the cost of rebranding collateral for 2021?
I think Yes, I mean, we have printing budgets, and so I don't think there's going to be a lot of cost to do, things like business cards and letterhead and some of that. And we've been intentionally running stock down, knowing that this was coming. I think as we look at vehicles, we may want to look at what those kinds of costs are. So one of the things that we're going to be doing, as you all are making some final decisions about budgets, is looking at what that budget is. I know we've talked about, what that might be, so we can pull together some of those numbers. But for example, on the banners, the 2020 budget includes money in the MCBB fund to produce 2 sets of banners. So certainly to move towards something like the banners, which is something that will have a really significant impact visually out in the community, we do have those funds budgeted.
And there's also apparel budget for each department that is a rolling amount for each year. So that's counted on upfront, whether you change the logo or not. And then, some of the other bigger things we could talk about as they came up.
Was there any feedback from anyone else about still trying to incorporate part of the sunflower design at all? I mean, that's kind of been a central thing on everything that we've had in Mission, and we have the Sunflower Festival, and just kind of wondering if that came up at all during any of this stakeholder meetings or anything.
I think we talked about it, and then also thought that the refresh, really getting a clean look that felt, of the moment was the direction that we were heading. So we thought it wasn't critical to keep, and wanted to kind of go where the process took us for the complete refresh.
Well, no, if you don't mind jumping in, Emily, one of the other things that we looked at too is if you look at Northeast Johnson County, they use a sunflower in the middle of an O, and it's the exact same sunflower. So that was another consideration that we wanted to take into account is, is this going to differentiate us from that brand? So yeah. And we did actually try stylize the sunflowers, in some of our ideas, our initial thoughts, but they just didn't work as well as these 2 options that we presented.
I just want to say thank you. I think that you brought some great creativity. I like the Crossroads idea. And overall, I'm very pleased with what you've produced.
Well, thank you. And like I said, we will email this so that everybody can get a chance to really digest the rationale behind both of the options. And then we certainly would welcome any kind of feedback as far as, mixing and matching elements from either. And we can see what that looks like. And then we'll also show the black and white versions as well.
Thank you, Ryan and team, for coming tonight. Unless we have any other comments or questions, let's go ahead and move on. Is that all right, Emily?
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have action item number 5, our 2021 budget resolution with Laura. And Laura, before you get started, I'm just curious, we have 3 more action items in reference to our budget, and I'm just wondering where is the best place for us to have the most thorough conversation. I'm guessing action item number 7, but I just wanted to ask you if that's probably the best place for council members to dig in.
Yes, I would suggest that would be the case. The resolutions are just sort of precursors, and I'll move through those quickly. And then I think item 7 is exactly where we want to have any remaining discussion around the budget. So, are you ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So each year, or several years ago, really probably in the last 10 years, we started doing a budget resolution as a part of the process of adopting the budget each year. And we use it as a tool to outline kind of the policy decisions, the mill levies, and the fees that are included in the City of Mission's budget, along with the Rock Creek Drainage District number 1 and number 2 budgets for that coming year. We found that it's really helpful in communicating not only in a very sort of succinct and easily searchable manner, kind of that snapshot of what the policies, the policies that went into the budget decisions. And I know at least internally we find it very helpful to go back and refer to very quickly to try to remember mill levies, changes in fees, and other kinds of things. So what we've done, and the way the budget resolution is typically structured, is we look at the policies that are used to support the CIP or the infrastructure portion of the budget and kind of outline those. And then we have a section that deals with basic service delivery and city operations as part of the general fund, and the policies, fees, and objectives that relate there. And then if there are any other specific items that the governing body wants the staff to pursue for the balance of the year, those are kind of captured in the final section of that budget resolution. So we've prepared one that, again, just sort of hits those pieces, and it includes maintenance of the stormwater utility fee at $28 per ERU per month. It establishes the mill levies for the drainage district in the cities that we touched on previously. It talks about use of the special sales taxes, first for debt service, and then either for dedicated street activities or dedicated park and recreation activities. It captures the goal and the commitment to transfer the 7 mills for street maintenance that are levied in the general fund to the capital improvement fund. Talks about our general fund balance policy of no less than 25% of general fund revenues. Talks about the increase in the solid waste utility fee. It touches on the organization and the council's commitment to pay structure and benefits. Again, calling out replacement of high priority capital needs, maintaining the franchise fee and mill rebate program, and then continuing this year to evaluate the impacts of the pandemic on our general fund revenues so that we can be positioned to respond to those. So those are the things that are captured in the resolution. Unless there's anything else that the council would like for us to incorporate there, we would expect that that would just advance to your August 19th City Council meeting.
Okay, any questions for Laura? Can you take this to non-consent?
Yes. Do you want to do it individually then, or do we act on both of them at the same time?
I think you want to do,
sorry.
No, I think you want to do separately. So you want to take 5, and then 6 is your capital improvement. But I do think you want separate actions, and then you want a third final step in adopting the actual budget.
Okay, I go ahead and recommend that we do non-consent for number 5.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, next up, action item number 6, the 2021 to 2025 CIP resolution.
And similar to the budget resolution, we just use this as a way to really sort of capture historically some of the major decisions that have gone into the annual budget process. And this one specifically relates, although we called out fees and charges in the actual budget resolution here, we're a little bit more focused on the specific projects that are included in the CIP spreadsheets. And then it also gives us the opportunity in some cases to identify projects which may be sort of in the hopper, but not yet included in a 5-year plan. So you see some of those considerations included in section 3. And I know I have had a request from Councilmember Thomas to kind of beef that up. I didn't have that ready for this evening, but can certainly, you know, we don't have a list of a lot of projects that are sort of waiting in the wings right now, because we've been waiting both for the results of the stormwater inventory and the street inventory. But to the extent that we do have projects that have been at least talked about but not programmed, we can create a running list of those going forward. So that's kind of our CIP resolution.
I'll go ahead and move that to non-consent as well, number 6.
Thank you, Ken. Okay, next up we have item number 7, the adoption of the 2021 budget, also with Laura.
Okay, and so our final step in 2 weeks will be actually adopting our 2021 budget for the City of Mission and then both of the drainage districts. I'm happy. I don't know what else I would say on the front end at this point, so I'm happy to just open it up for a council discussion and questions and whatever additional information we can provide.
Laura, do you mind sharing our conversation regarding the property valuation with the county and how that impacts the actual numbers? Because you have estimated numbers on the property mill levy.
Sure. So Councilmember Davis had pointed out that the math wasn't working appropriately. So we had identified on page 3 of the budget memo that based on the current assessed valuation, we anticipated that a mill would generate about $172,500. So that math didn't match up exactly with multiplying that times 7. And so he had asked some questions about that. And I think really that's the result of 2 things. We can update that. I think Brian and I, probably just based on our historical experience with actual collections of that, sort of lowered that number slightly. But certainly when we get the property tax receipts distributed to us from the county, 1 in January and then 1 in June, I know that Brian does a specific calculation based on the actual receipts, and then transfers that amount from the general fund into the CIP fund. So it's you can see in the budget document, for example, that what we budgeted in 2019 was not what our actual collections were in 2019, and so we'll adjust those. So there is a process on the distribution end which ensures that we're getting the full 7 mills or that equivalent transferred in.
Thank you, Laura.
Mm-hmm.
Laura, I had a question too.
Yes.
So I just wanted to touch again on the community center, and specifically that 50% reduction number you kind of had mentioned earlier in the meeting. You know, that could still go lower depending on how COVID shakes out and if we're still struggling to kind of bring folks in and have to implement some new ordinances or some new mandates that might affect the membership that we're coming in. So, you know, when looking ahead at kind of these subsequent years with, you know, the additional expenses that have been slotted, is there some sort of a guardrail, or how does it work exactly in case, you know, we're finding the community center is continuing to slide and we kind of have some of these additional expenses down the road? You know, would we kind of revisit those? Is there a, you know, a way to kind of make sure it's proportionate? If you could kind of talk more about that, that'd be good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that's one of the things, and we will have, essentially during the closure period for the community center, we suspended everyone's membership fees. So we weren't collecting any revenues. So July was the first month in which we reinstated membership dues, and we've seen, you know, some people make a decision to cancel their memberships, but it will be probably in a week to 10 days from now before we start to see those first financials and the recording of those July receipts. So similar to sales tax, we're going to be keeping a really close eye on what is happening over these next couple of months, so that we have plenty of time to start to react and respond to you know, whatever the situation might be, and to look at what alternatives we might have. You know, one of the things that, and we've discussed a variety of scenarios, and I think we're going to have to do some cost-benefit analysis in terms of, you know, what is the outflow of memberships, if you will, or, you know, what are we losing because people don't have a comfort level in coming back and using the community center as a fitness facility, or as gathering limits restrict our ability to open up to, you know, larger rentals, even when everyone is required to wear the masks. We're going to have to just really start to play with rates and thresholds, and I think similar to what we've done and some of the other revenue streams, I think we're going to have to build some different kinds of models for the community center so we can look at that. But we're going to have that first kind of look at revenues, as I said, in about a week. So we're ready, I think, to kind of roll up our sleeves, and we know we can't go too long in this process. You know, what we know, as we've talked about before, when you've got kind of a structural imbalance in your budget, you can address it in, you know, a number of ways. You can increase your revenues, you can decrease your expenses, or you can use reserves to balance that budget. And we talked earlier this evening about the use of that, and I think we're kind of at the point where there's not a lot, if any, more to give there. And in fact, we should, you know, potentially think about giving back in kind of those areas. But I think, you know, as we know, also the biggest opportunity that we have to manage expenses is personnel. I mean, it's 68% of our general fund operating budget. And so, you know, we have vacant positions. We can continue to hold positions vacant to realize savings. You know, there may be points where we have to look at some, you know, larger, more structural changes in just how, you know, how we operate.
Laura, in the same vein of the community center, although I think the community center CIP is going to be outside of the, you know, general operating fund, correct me if I'm wrong. But, you know, I look at 2021 investing nearly $400,000 in the community center with equipment replacement. I just have to, you know, question if that's the, you know, wisest use of those funds. I know some of them totally would make sense, as, you know, if we have limited capacity in the building, it would make sense to, you know, do the indoor track and do some of those things. But some of the items, I'm just wondering, you know, considering we don't know where the community center is going for the next year, I'm just curious kind of the rationale from staff on such a large expenditure for the community center for next year.
Well, I think just because we show it as a project expenditure doesn't mean we will spend it. You know, our approach to the budget has historically been, it's included. If it's a goal or objective of the council, it's included, but it's reevaluated. Just because it's included doesn't mean that we have the authority to move forward to spend it. And so certainly any of the larger ticket items, anything that's over a $10,000 expenditure, is going to have to come back to the council, you know, for final approval. So staff doesn't have the ability to take and spend the dollars associated with, you know, the CIP projects or things of that nature. And even in our general fund budget, I think the leadership team would tell you, probably to a person, that nobody ever gets a blank check at the beginning of the year to go purchase all of their capital or fill all of their positions. And it is an ongoing discussion and reevaluation of where we are in terms of the need for that item, the priority on the list, and where we stand from, you know, a funding perspective. I think the thing that is also really important to think about, at least short term, what we haven't, you know, what we didn't do, even with kind of community center subsidy increasing for 2020 and 2021, I think we've talked about the Parks and Recreation sales tax was written, the language was written in such a way that those sales tax dollars can be used to fund operations. Now, we have not historically used them for that because we've had much more extensive needs on the capital side, but certainly it is an option to look at and to factor in if we look at what may be happening with community center over the next 12 to 18 months. I think there are some conversations that we should at least have around the use of those sales tax dollars for operations if it's impacting general fund operations in other ways. So I think there's, you know, a lot of flexibility. We have to just make sure that we are continually evaluating, you know, where we are today.
Councilmember Flora.
Yeah, Laura, thank you for that. I was wondering along those lines, I know we've talked about throughout the budget process that the budget will probably be coming back to council a lot more frequently to evaluate revenue and things like that throughout the year. Are there any sort of benchmarking criteria or anything that staff has developed or will develop on some of these items, like community center expenses or whatever some of the larger line items are, where if revenues are at X, then staff's recommendations on moving forward will change, or will it just sort of be as we go, or what can we expect that process to look like?
Well, I think right now, the biggest way that you're going to have to sort of influence the expenditures is going to be holding vacant positions, open for certain periods of time. And I know, for example, one of the things that we showed in this budget in your latest draft was we assumed that the vacant positions that we had were filled from September. So we were fully staffed from September 1st through the end of the year. That's not going to happen. The only position that we're moving on currently is a municipal court clerk, and that is because we acquired the court software and we need that person to assist with the implementation of that. So the other positions that were factored into that are still vacant, and in fact we haven't really even started the recruiting processes. So every day that passes, every week, every month, we're sort of gaining on that. So I don't know that we've got firm benchmarks established right now. I think it's really kind of just uncharted territory in many respects, and we're going to have to kind of build those benchmarks as we go.
Yeah, and related to that too, I was hoping we could start the 2022 discussions early on the revenue side. I know we've discussed where the reserves are at, and I feel a lot more comfortable with this number of reduction than our original discussion, but still with 3 million and I forget the exact figure in reserves, 730,000 year over year reduction to cover revenue holes is not going to be sustainable. And so I don't know, no one likes to talk about it, but if we need to talk about revisiting the mill levy or things that we can do possibly through the Crux plan or otherwise to incentivize more development, things that would help get our revenue in a better place for sustainable, if we are heading into a recession, what's that look like with our reserves, 2 years, 3 years out?
Absolutely. And I think, again, I think what you don't want to do is, have, I think we have to continue to be very thoughtful and planning and anticipating and maybe developing benchmarks, but having an overreaction, particularly if it's related to personnel, will not serve us well in the long run, in order to bring service programs and services back online. So I think that's
right.
Where we try to reserve that as the absolute last ditch effort. But one of the things that we've talked about, I know, has been a request of Councilmember Thomas as well, and I think we said we were going to start bringing that back in September, was we post interim financial reports that are really boring out on our website every month, but looking at creating some more easily digestible graphics and looks and then having those presented every month as part of your committee meeting, so you're really getting that monthly snapshot.
Sure.
And we can track those kinds of things, I think will help us through that process.
Yeah, and I think as we've mentioned before too, on the revenue side, if we can have some of those conversations in connection with the direction finder or the comprehensive plan process too, I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hillary?
Yeah, Ken.
Yeah, I just want to remind us, first of all, that we went through a very difficult period after 2009, and we've really done a yeoman's job in rebuilding our surplus or general fund balance. And I think that we also have to remind ourselves that a lot of the city functions are not revenue producing. A lot of the city functions are services that are being rendered for our community. And while the community center itself was intended to be self-sufficient in terms of revenue, I think at this time we need to pause a bit and recognize that there are a lot of other services within and functions within the city that do not produce revenue. And so these are services that are necessary, as is the community center ultimately as an asset for the community. So I think let's bear that in mind as we work forward. And I recognize the work that has been done by staff to try to best estimate what our expenses are going to be and our revenues. I think we just have to work with that over the coming year.
I agree with your comment, Ken. I think I definitely want to see us subsidize the community center really at any level that we need to keep it going through whatever challenging time we have, be it a year or 2 years ahead. I think my questions, at least in relation to the community center, are about large scale investments, and I understand that they're going to be coming back for us, and Solly's idea of benchmarks, I think, are a really great idea for us to be able to appropriately weigh what makes sense in 2021. And if, I know we're balancing, all of us know this, we're trying to balance competing priorities, but, I just continue to hear from folks, streets, parks, and, as we all do, I know I'm not alone in that. But I'm wondering, are there dollars that we can stretch? And I know our street program plan is, and our, stormwater plan is coming later tonight. But, is there any more dollars that we can find for our residential street program or full depth reconstruction? Are there any more dollars we can find for stormwater? And, so my concerns with the budget, which Laura, I just want to thank you and Brian and staff for working so hard on it. My concerns with the budget were partial in relation to the reserve fund, which thank you so much for eloquently walking through that. And that is a lot more digestible, I think, to understand that we're not digging too far in as it, might show on surface. Anyways, I don't mean to ramble here, but I would like to see us maybe try and find some more dollars for street, stormwater, park somehow, if we can, maybe reallocate for those things that we continue to hear for our constituents. And I'm just asking if there's any way that we can, if the rest of council feels that same way, and if there's any way that we can maybe dig into those reserve funds a little bit deeper to try and make that happen.
Hillary, I think one of the things that we're probably going to be facing is we have the debt service that we're trying to pay off, and that's coming up in the next few years. I think that the opportunity is for us to look at debt service for some of those long-term investments that we need to make.
Sure, I guess I just see, the full depth reconstruction street program telling us to spend, $900,000 to $1 million. Correct my numbers if I'm wrong, per year for the next 50 years to get where we need to get. And we're not that far off from it. So I'm just wondering if for 2021 we could, make a first chip away at that first year, if we can start getting on track there.
I think it's premature for us to answer that.
Well, I do think that there are some opportunities. Again, I think when you look at, and we'll get into this obviously more in the next committee meeting, but I think if you look at some of the modeling and the annual dollar amounts that are required, I do think that we've been conscious in trying to, create and build some funds that will allow us to get that process started and make some progress as we think about the longer term, funding strategies and needs. But certainly I think as we go through, we had been building, and we built excess fund balance in the general fund again, it was being driven by excess revenue, use tax revenues, which we can't always count on year over year. They've been more consistent for the last 5 years now than what they had been in the past. But then we were also, really consciously building that excess fund balance to help level out any liability that we might have with the tough litigation. That has now been, resolved. That's over. That's done with. That's not a consideration. So I think that going forward, as we are able to contribute back to, excess fund balance, I think to Councilmember Thomas's point, we need to have more focused conversations around what is our intent. So when we find ourselves in a position of having excess fund balance, what is it that we want to do with that, right? Rather than, I don't think we have that same need or some of those same drivers that we've had since 2015 or 2016 to sort of sit on it and wait till we got some other, outstanding issues or questions answered. So I think we can be much more deliberate in those conversations going forward, and then have a plan for that. Because again, I think what we saw from a bond rating standpoint is we don't want to build a big fund balance without a known purpose. We're better off from a bond rating, agency standpoint to take that each year and plug that in someplace else or use that in some other fashion, probably. As long as we're maintaining that 25% fund balance, goal and policy that you have.
Can I recommend that we go ahead and move forward on the budget and non-consent, and then we can discuss a lot of these elements in our next meeting?
Well, that's not my call. That's your all's call.
That sounds good to me, as long as there's no other questions or thoughts for Laura. Okay. All right, I believe that concludes our action items. And next up, we have department updates. Laura?
I think what I'll do in the, out of respect for time, is let's move into the next committee agenda, and I'll just hold whatever I have, and we can do it all at the end of the CDC meeting, if that's okay.
Sounds good. Are we wanting to have a quick 2-minute break?
Probably not a bad idea. And then are we staying on this Zoom? We can just stay on this call. So yeah, I think we just take a quick 2-minute break.
Okay, that concludes our F&A committee meeting. Thank you.
All right, I can't see everyone on my screen. Do we think we're ready to go?
Yep.
Yep. All right, it is 8:13 p.m. and I will call our Community Development Committee meeting to order. Again, in consideration of COVID-19 social distancing, this meeting is being held virtually via Zoom. The public may participate with comments by using the chat feature. Please note that all statements are made visible to the group. If you have any issues, you can contact the administrative offices with questions or concerns, and this meeting is being recorded. Our first item of business this evening is to consider a revised agenda for the Community Development Committee meeting. Following distribution of the packet last Friday, there were several questions raised regarding the adoption of the 2018 building codes, specifically pertaining to the energy code. Until council hears the full presentation by the building official and has a chance to understand the code revision and adoption process, both from a national and regional or metro level, and how the various codes interact with one another, it may be difficult for the governing body to make any decisions on how to move forward. The presentation alone is estimated to be 40 minutes, and it's reasonable to anticipate at least another 20 to 30 minutes of discussion and questions. Based on the time we've already invested this evening and the other items which remain on our agenda, the agenda has been revised to remove action item number 4 and reschedule it as a discussion item on the September 2nd, 2020 CDC agenda. Do I have a motion to revise the August 5th, 2020 CDC agenda to remove item 4?
So moved, and thank you very much. I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
All right, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, hearing none, we will move forward with our revised agenda, which is removing item 4. So first off, we do have a public presentation, first is public comments. If there are any members of the public who have a comment on an item not on our agenda and would like to share that in the chat, please go ahead and do so. And seeing no signals so far, our next item is public presentations, which are informational only. We do have one such item tonight, that is the WCA mid-year service update with Tom Kaufman. Do we have Tom?
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay. I figured I'd give you a few things right off the bat, and then you can interrupt or ask questions redirected on what's important to you guys, I guess. Obviously, we started this contract January 1st, and our company and all the other companies in this market and our entire industry is just kind of making it up now. I mean, it's not the business that we thought we knew how to do. Much like local government, I assume, and other businesses. We're happy that we were able to maintain all collections, other large haulers, local small haulers, even the city of Olathe's hauling operation. They made determinations they weren't going to collect bulk items, they weren't going to collect yard waste, they weren't going to collect extra materials outside the cart. Currently, right now, there's a hauler that's mixing yard waste and trash. We've never had to do any of that stuff. That's maybe just a function of good luck, because we haven't really had any staffing issues as far as the guys on the routes. We changed the way that they start and end their days and kind of keep them apart, and we've had good fortune with that. So in Mission specifically, I provided some stats on trash volumes, and that's typical for what's going on all around the country. The numbers that we pulled just for this community, and you see it yourselves, I'm sure, driving around and see it at the curb every week. It's gone up 40% from January to the end of July. That's a lot. We've seen some crazy stuff. I offered up a couple of pictures that we did not take, but mostly we just go ahead. We pick it up. We don't violate. We don't want to add to people's problems when they're home and generating stuff and cleaning stuff out. We do appreciate when people use the overage tags, and we were happy to get Mac Hardware to be an outlet for that, and that seems to have been pretty successful. I know personally I've taken 2 different blocks of tickets or overage stickers down there to them, so they're getting used. So we're happy about that. As far as, you know, I think at the beginning we did everything we said we were going to do. We sent out the postcard with the information on the carts. The cart delivery I thought went pretty smooth, more smooth than the cart removal system, I think. We put together a pretty good letter, and then staff asked if they could insert something in there, and we went along with that, and that went really well. We did our first ever magnet around the dates for bulk item, and I don't know if that worked or not. We're talking about doing it again next year, but I don't, you know, we still get calls when's bulk item collection. So the thing that's bedeviled us most recently, and we've made the biggest changes to in the last 3-4 weeks, has been involving customer service. We get that we've been infuriating to people who try to call in or email. And that's not just residential customers, commercial and roll-off customers have had the same situation. And we've had our people working remotely, and that started out pretty well, but it started to slip within about a month. And just their productivity wasn't as solid. And then they were having hardware issues, and then they'd have connectivity issues. And so we'd have to work through all of that. Then we got asked to help the South Missouri district with their phone calls. So we were taking some of those. And so then when we were doing those calls, they took longer because we aren't familiar with those areas. Meanwhile, you know, people are holding longer, they're hanging up longer. So our abandoned call numbers went up. Overall, generally though, our total call volume stayed about the same, but just they weren't as efficient and as effective. So we've made some changes on that. We've added hours to our people so they can make sure that every day ends with the voicemail box is empty and those calls get returned, and the same thing with the emails. That's our goal. We drove down our handle time. We answer the calls quicker. The abandoned calls are down generally. Week over week. So we're getting better on that. We changed the menu of options so that when callers want to talk to somebody, the first thing they push is residential. They don't have to listen through the whole thing. That was a simple fix, and it was actually should have done that a long time ago. We changed the way we're delivering carts because carts drive a lot of calls. And so we get them scheduled. Now we've got a contractor now who's going to handle all that. So hopefully that drives the calls away and then frees up more capacity for residents. I've got other stuff, but I think maybe I should just start answering questions or comments you guys have.
All right, who has questions for Tom? Yeah, Ken?
It sounds like you've had a rough time lately, just from listening to what you've had to say. I appreciate it. I think everybody's having to figure this out all anew. And I appreciate the fact that you're problem solving and trying to come up with operations that will more efficiently respond to our folks. I think it's hard to come in with a company that follows somebody that's been in the business for over 20 years or so, you know, and come in as a new provider and work out the kinks. I'm glad that you're being responsive to these. I know that we've had several complaints from individuals that have not had their pickups or have called and had problems reaching the office or getting responses. And the same thing with some of the bulk trash and the yard waste pickups. But I'm appreciative of the fact that you're trying to respond to those concerns, and we look forward to them being corrected. Thank you.
Yeah, just a little different tone than Ken. You know, I do think we expect to see big improvements in the customer service area. I mean, you said yourself that it's been infuriating to our residents and your other customers, the process. You know, but you still push through a 3% rate increase, and we're having to pass part of that on to our residents. And so I think, you know, that really, I know it's hard, but needs to be stepped up, especially since part of our reason for switching vendors, you know, was the customer service guarantees that Brian worked so hard to get into the contract. And I just think we haven't really been there with getting those satisfied from what I've been hearing from residents.
I understand that, and you know, at some level, we're almost embarrassed about some weeks are just they've just been abysmal. So we're looking now at throwing some cash at the facility that the women, mostly women, who answer the phones and the dispatchers work in, because quite honestly, we can't safely put them in that room, in that building. There's 2 rooms upstairs and downstairs. But so we're just seeing if there's any way we can adapt it or put plexiglass between, something to do to make it easier and more efficient for them to provide the service that I think they used to do pretty well. And it's just, we're just trying to control what we can control on that stuff. So, but we get it. We hear from our customers.
I do think some of it too is tied to the equipment and the aging equipment, at least some of the issues I've seen with, you know, partially or incompletely emptied bins and damage to bins, things like that. Do we have an update on when we'll be getting the clean gas fleet in place?
I heard from a guy in corporate just yesterday that the target is early in the first quarter of 2021. They've been delayed. Our construction project that had going on to expand the transfer station and build the fueling infrastructure for the CNG, it's been delayed. Nothing's really going to what we'd had scheduled. So, but that's the plan.
Solly?
Any other questions? Yep.
Yes. Tom, you've been upfront to say that maybe things haven't gone as you had planned. Do you feel that you can still commit to the service levels that we had talked about before we entered into the contract with you?
Absolutely. I'm telling you, I'm convinced that there's no other company in this market who can be as responsive and can get this straightened up to the way that we all expected at the beginning than WCA, because all the haulers are having similar issues. And I think we're more nimble. And I think, yeah, we'll do this.
Okay. And are you saying that of the problems that you discussed, are those solved now? So from this point forward, we should see improvement, or where are you in the resolution process of your problems?
We think that some of the big things, the big obvious things, we've made those changes. You know, we're gonna have to see how the cart delivery and the car contractor works out. It should work better in Mission, because just Monday I got an agreement with the public works director that we can stage 10 carts, 5 recycle, 5 trash down at the public works facility. So instead of having to schedule cart deliveries and for when that crew is in Northeast Johnson County, Mike Martin, the route supervisor, can just buzz down, grab a couple of carts and deliver them right like the next day. So that should drive down a lot of calls and should increase that service. So, you know, we're just adapting and trying to do everything we can.
I guess maybe I didn't ask my question so you could understand it, but so you've detailed some issues that you've been dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, from this point forward, are you able to provide the service that you had talked about? Have you resolved most, like you said, here was one instance where you've resolved a problem. So have you resolved most of your problems so that now we should not be expecting some of these issues to pop up? So I'm asking, where are you in getting these problems resolved so that we can start gauging your performance, you know, at a point in time?
Yeah, we believe that's where we are. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And, you know, we give city staff a report every Monday, and it details every contact we have from Mission residents, whether it's missed pickups, missed yard waste, incomplete dumping, cart delivery requests, questions on when bulk item stuff is. So, I mean, we track that, and, you know, we work with staff on that. So, I mean, we'll be able to see it changing, we hope.
Is there any better way that, as city council people, we can have a little bit different escalation process, maybe if we're not getting a response from customer service? We've had a couple times where we had missed pickups over here, and both times it basically just ended up being wait until next week and we'll get it on the next normal trash day. And I don't think that that's all that acceptable, honestly. And I just don't know if there's a better way that we could have escalated that and maybe gotten it handled differently, but the normal customer care didn't seem to really be able to do a whole lot.
What kind of commodity are you talking about specifically? The trash?
Well, my normal trash bin, twice where they didn't get it and it ended up waiting until next week. And I'm like, everyone on my block had that problem both times when that happened. So,
well, actually, I kind of need to know that. And I work with staff. And in fact, there's a guy just a couple of weeks ago over in Millhaven. I gave him my personal information saying, listen, I know you got the runaround. Give me a call and I can maybe cut through some stuff for you. So if there's
that's all I'm asking for, is if there's a better escalation path if something like that comes up again. And so if you want me to reach out to you, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, no, do that. That'd be great.
Okay.
And, you know, I think Nilo and Mike Martin, the route supervisor, have a pretty good relationship. So, you know, Mike will go jump on it and take care of it himself in his truck. I mean, that's what he does. He gets a hold of, he contacts Emily and Nilo every day at the end of the day, letting them know what's laying, if anything, and or letting them know that all the routes have been cleared. Every once in a while, he doesn't do that because he's in a truck himself because somebody's sick or on vacation. But, you know, he touches base every day. So, yeah, we should know this stuff.
All right, any other questions for Tom? All right, thank you, Tom. We'll go ahead and move into our action items. Our first action item is acceptance of the July 1st, 2020 Community Development Committee minutes with Audrey.
Hi, thank you. For committee's review, here is the July 1st, 2020 Community Development Committee minutes. Thank you.
I'd like to suggest we accept them as presented.
All right, thank you, Ken. Our next item is the pre-development agreement with Mission Bowl. Brian.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The city was recently approached by the Sunflower Development Group for proposed redevelopment of the property located at 5399 Martway, which is the former Mission Bowl site. They're proposing to build a 160 plus or minus unit multifamily residential project on that site. The development team has formed the Mission Bowl LLC for this endeavor. Mission Bowl LLC recently submitted an application to the city for tax increment financing and sales tax exemption through the issuance of industrial revenue bonds, which are both common tax incentives that are provided by cities. The total project is estimated to cost $29,880,000. The development group is seeking approximately $4.6 million in total incentives, which is about 15.5% of the overall project cost. The first step, really, before considering the request, is to enter into a pre-development agreement with Mission Bowl LLC. This really just kind of outlines some general parameters, and going further with them, it recognizes them as the exclusive developer for that particular project for the next 9 months. The group that the city is interacting with also outlines the general parameters for development agreement if we ever get to that level. And finally, it puts forth $10,000 in their part and have an escrow fund set up with the city that we can use to pay for our consultants and attorneys they'll be using to analyze the request and negotiate a development agreement to go that direction. It's really important to note there's no obligation on the city to approve a preliminary development plan or to accept the application or to approve the TIF application at any time. They have submitted a preliminary development plan that is scheduled to be considered by the Planning Commission on Monday, August 24th at 7 p.m. And that will be a virtual meeting such as this. And we anticipate that any consideration of a TIF application by you all would probably occur sometime in October. We'll begin with discussions. Thanks, Floodman. I believe is on the Zoom meeting. If you have any questions for him as well. That's it for me.
Brian, I just have one question about the exclusivity period. Is that 9 months? Is that pretty standard? And do we have any concerns related to that?
Yeah, that's standard. It's time period to get through a negotiation on an agreement like this.
All right, any questions for Brian or Banks?
Scott, I just wanted to double check. You were saying on the TIF request, how is that handled? There's no obligation at this point in time, is that correct?
There's no obligation at this point in time. I have shared the application with our consultants. Bruce Kimmel from Ellers is doing the analysis, and he's reached out to Mr. Floodman for some additional information. He's kind of doing those initial calculations right now. And then from that, we'll determine if there really is grounds for an incentive to be offered by the city, justification for that, what that might look like, any type of sharing relationship between the city and the developer on that incentive, kind of start negotiating those deal points. But at this point, there's no obligation on the part of the city to accept any of that. So those decision points come at a later date.
I have one more question. With us looking at affordable housing as one of the issues that we're wanting to pursue in our community, are there any mechanisms or incentives that can be established in a project like this where a certain percentage of the housing is designated as affordable within a project of 160 units?
We can certainly discuss that with the development group, negotiating with them. We have mentioned to them that that is something that's desirable by the city council, but we haven't really defined what is affordable housing, what does that look like. And if we ask them to designate a certain number of units at a certain price point that's defined as being affordable, how many units that would be, those are all part of the kind of the deal points and negotiating with them. There's other options too. I don't know if they would qualify or not, but there's tax credits, things like that. I think they've looked at that in some other projects. I don't know if it would be applicable for us or not. That's something to explore as well.
Brian?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, Trent.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, Brian, just kind of continuing that discussion. If there was to be a component along the lines of what Councilmember Davis was talking about, would we have to go back and create a new development agreement to reflect those changes? Or is that just something that would come in separate vehicles per se down the road? Is the development agreement just simply, you know, this is the only one we'll have, or will we ever go back and re-edit a development agreement?
Well, the development agreement is the one that you finally approve. So we can certainly incorporate those components in negotiating with the developer, developing the development agreement. So if it's not acceptable to you and present it to you, then we can certainly go back and renegotiate further. So the development agreement is not necessarily a one and done. It's something that really meets the intent of what's desired by the city. And we want to try to present something that is acceptable to all parties and will work to benefit all parties. So So there's obviously some give and take in that process.
I would say the best way to look at a pre-development agreement is it provides the developer with the assurance that the city's not out negotiating multiple deals on the same piece of property, because they certainly have a financial investment in, tied up. They have the property under contract, and so they're invested in that. So it provides some assurances on their behalf, but it also protects us in terms of our investment to do the financial analysis. So this is really, there are no, if the council chooses to adopt this, this will be in place. And then, as Brian mentioned, the redevelopment agreement will be a much longer, much more detailed process of looking at any of the considerations that might be given.
Great. Any further discussion or questions on this piece? Entertain a recommendation?
Yes, recommend non-consent.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Banks, for joining. Next up, we are skipping item 4, which was removed from our agenda. So we're next on to ratifying the emergency expenditure for repairs for the chiller. Laura and Penn.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do this quickly. So back on July 20th, the chiller that serves the southern portion of the community center stopped operating because of a failure of some faulty and rusted sensors and terminals. And as a result of that, we didn't have any way to air condition the southern portion of the building, which made it extremely uncomfortable for both patrons and staff in trying to keep that open. So the chiller is original to the building's construction, which makes it 20 plus years old. I will tell you that the chiller is something that we have been nursing along for probably the last 5 to 7 years. It is a major expense. And each year we hope that we can make it through that year without any major repairs or expenditures to it. So when the sensors failed, Penn worked with Design Mechanical, who is under contract. Design Mechanical does a monthly site visit and sort of looks at, checks up, services all of the HVAC mechanical equipment in the facility, the chiller being one of those. Looked at options, and they came up with 2 options. One, which was the one we proceeded with, which was roughly $28,500 to replace the terminals and the sensors. The other option was to replace the compressor itself, which was had about a $70,000 price tag, but it also had about a 2.5-week lead time to get that piece of equipment produced. And in that 2.5-week period, we were going to have to bring in temporary air conditioning on a trailer. And that was going to probably cost us somewhere in the neighborhood of $3,000 to $5,000 a week to do that. So we were very quickly probably bumping up in the $100,000 range. So in order to get the facility and keep the facility cooled down, we authorized the emergency repairs and replacement of the sensor and the terminals. We had success with that. They came out, they were able to do that, and by midweek, the following week, they had air conditioning restored to the building. All of the mechanical systems are going to be and are part of the energy audit process that is moving forward, and this just underscores the need to continue to push that through as quickly as we possibly can. So similar to the failure that we had on the Rock Creek Channel a month or so ago, we did the repairs on an emergency basis, but then according to our ordinances, the council is asked to ratify those expenditures. So that you have a resolution that would take that action.
All right, any questions for Laura? Yeah, Ken?
Recommend consent.
All right, sounds good, unless we have any questions. Seeing and hearing none. That concludes our action items, and we will move on to our discussion items for tonight. First up is the Hodges 61st Terrace intersection. Celia.
Actually, I told Celia I'd take this one because she doesn't have that much. Celia only has one July 23rd meeting history with
Laura with the fun history then.
Hodges planters. So as you know, we've been talking about this with the neighborhood for quite some time. And back in September of 2019, we brought forward a recommendation for a treatment at the one intersection where the one planter had been damaged by the vehicle, that looked at installing basically some grass with some pavers and then a gate across that intersection to allow for visual indication that it was not a through street, but also provide at least the potential for egress for public safety equipment at the conclusion of a call, so they didn't have to be backing down streets, and potentially also for our snow plows to be able to plow more efficiently. And that recommendation, which was approved by the council, was discussed and vetted and developed in connection with a working group of the neighbors. So after that, we had a conceptual design. GBA moved forward to finalize a design that we could actually construct something from. And then a request for bids was sent out. 4 contractors submitted the bids. We had estimated that the improvements or the modifications were going to run and somewhere in the neighborhood of about $15,000. The bids that we received ranged from a high of $42,000 to a low of $34,000. So even the low bid was more than double what our original budget estimates were. We didn't feel comfortable with that as a staff, and so we reconvened the working group on July 23rd to kind of basically walk them through what had happened since September, kind of the situation that we found ourselves in currently, and how we might move forward to explore some additional alternatives. I think we had a very productive, and Celia was a part of that call, we had a very productive meeting with the working group. I can tell you that there was not a person in that group who felt like we should move forward with the original design solution at the higher cost. And I think we had some really good back and forth and some reevaluation of some of those alternatives. Unfortunately, then Celia was out of the office for a week, and so we didn't have a lot of time last week to go kind of circle back and follow up to get to a final recommendation. So what we talked about with the working group, and all of this has been communicated to them so they know where we are in the process, is that we would come back to you all, just give you an update this evening, and then we would spend between now and the September committee meeting trying to come up with an alternative that we could actually move forward and get some of those improvements installed. So that's kind of the update of where we are. And again, I don't know if Celia has anything else to add to that.
I think that you've covered it all. Originally we were surprised how high the bids were, but some of the costs associated with the pavers were a lot higher. And then because it was a project bid, a standalone, I think there were higher prices. So, whatever options that we may decide, maybe we try to combine that with some other construction projects, and whatever we do may be able to bring the costs down lower.
All right, any questions for Laura or Celia on this? Seeing none, I guess we'll hear more on this next month. Thanks. Our next discussion item is the update on the Johnson Drive reconfiguration. Celia.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. As you're well aware, there's been numerous discussions over the years about Johnson Drive between Lamar and Knoll Avenue, and considering restriping to a 3-lane section. So we've talked about it a couple times in committee meetings. originally in December 2019, we talked about some of the factors that we may want to look at, such as, you know, the increased traffic from the locale and at the gateway once it becomes developed. And so that would help us in making a data-driven decision. We had decided to go ahead and collect additional data in spring 2020. When the weather is nicer, there's going to be more people out walking and we could get a true indication. And as you know, the lane drops at the locale, and then COVID-19 hit, and we decided to delay the data collecting as the volumes of traffic and pedestrians have really decreased. So I know there's been concern that we have not moved forward in a timely manner. So we wanted to talk about 3 options that the council may want to consider. But before we go into that, I just wanted to quickly go over the crash data analyzed by Olson, our on-call engineer. And Emily is really helping me out tonight because she's a Zoom expert and I'm not so good. So I'll be asking Emily, do you mind pulling up the crash data table? So you have the entire copy of Olson's memo in your packet, and it has a lot of details of all the analysis, but I wanted to quickly highlight some of the findings. So per industry standards, Olson looked at the intersection crash data and the segment crash data, which is the entire Johnson Drive corridor, for the last 3 years, so 2017 through 2019. And so part of this analysis is really looking at the data and looking at the types of crashes and looking for trends or a number of crashes due to certain factors so that we can try to make those preventable in the future. So say that a lot of people say, well, I really couldn't see it. It was too dark and I pulled out in front. And if you have a lot of that, you may go out and analyze and address those issues. Or, you know, there's not a lot of signage and I came up on the intersection real fast. So those are kind of some of the things that they look for. And really, they looked at all the crashes. There were 53 crashes over the last 3 years. You can see 37 were at the various intersections and 16 were along the Johnson Drive segment. And so for the intersections, 15 of those 37 crashes were occurring at Johnson Drive and Lamar. And then the other remainders were dispersed through the other intersections. So the majority of crashes at Lamar were really rear end crashes, which is typical at a traffic signal. A lot of times cars drive up to the signal. They're not really paying attention and they don't notice the car in front of them has stopped. So they kind of rear end. And so that was one of the factors that was really identified, but there weren't really any particular trends that Olson determined, but driver inattention was noted in several of the reports, and you know, that's a lot of the reason why crashes occur in general is people aren't paying attention, and you know, those crashes happen. So regarding the segment crash analysis, a total of 16 occurred over the 3-year period. The table shows 12 because Olson took out the 4 that were due to drivers being parked and pulling out into the intersection because those weren't really related to the segment. Looking at all the data, one thing that traffic engineers do is look at the crash rate and they compare it to the statewide average crash rate for certain types of roads, like a 4-lane has a different crash rate than a 3-lane or a 2-lane. And that's one of the things, if we were to submit this project for safety funding, that's what they'd look at. So based on that segment crash rate, it was 1.87, which is below the statewide average of 2.02. And really looking at it, it just seemed to be an indication of driver inattention, some DUIs, et cetera, et cetera. So based on their crash data analysis, this did not show a particular safety issue along the roadway, but there is still the perception that this corridor is unsafe, in part due to excessive speeding. I mean, drivers have the 4-lane section and they like to roll through there. And I think that makes people feel unsafe, and especially drivers or vehicles on the side streets that want to pull out and they don't feel like they can because of the speed. So, you know, given perception is reality, and the desire to make this corridor more walkable and pedestrian friendliness, introducing the traffic calming, such as restriping, may help alleviate these concerns and perceptions. So we've included a couple options that the council may want to consider in order to make progress on this project, and they're included in your packet. The first one would be go ahead and proceed with the data collection process, even though that we know the traffic numbers are down. And I talked to Olson about this because there's a lot of developments that have to move forward. And so they're really, they kind of have an idea of a percentage of estimate. So they could go ahead and take the traffic data and then kind of provide an estimate. I mean, it would be preliminary and we may have to validate it, but that would kind of give us an idea to get started. The other option is, you know, there are desires to make it more walkable and pedestrian friendly. So maybe we go ahead and begin the community engagement process and just get a feel for, you know, what are the business owners thinking? What are the residents thinking? Are they comfortable and do they support the changes to the corridor? Meanwhile, we can, you know, before making a final decision, if we'd like, we'd go back and, you know, collect some of that data. The other option is to wait and collect the traffic and pedestrian data when things normalize. But as you know, I don't even know when that'll be. I mean, it could be 2021 or later when that actually happens. So due to the decreased traffic and concern that volumes may not normalize, it may be a good option to consider to just begin that community engagement process to see if there's public support. Then we can go ahead and collect the data at a other date. But we just wanted to put these options out there and listen to council input of what you would like to do to proceed.
Sally?
Yeah, Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question. On the study, I can't recall when we changed the speed limit from what it was. I think it was 30 down to 25.
It was about 2016 when that changed. Like
So this study period then is after that. We don't have a comparison in terms of how that impacted the crash frequency.
There was a traffic study done down there, like I want to say 2 or 2.5 years ago, and I think that a lot of that data is still probably pretty relevant. You could estimate that, okay, maybe with the locale going in, that it's going to bump it up slightly, but I remember, you know, I think this is right around the time of actually doing the development agreement with the locale, and we had traffic engineers in to talk about some of that, and they thought we would still be well under the traffic counts that would be supported by a 3-lane configuration there. I'd love to see some of that data. I know it's a couple of years old, but it hasn't really changed a whole lot, and I think that's a starting point.
That was what I was trying to get at, is if we made that change, do we know what impact that had on reducing accidents along that segment?
Well, I don't know about accidents. I do remember that they said it was pretty negligible on speed reduction, because this was maybe like a year after the speed limit had been lowered, or a year and a half after the speed limit had been lowered. They said I think it was, I want to say maybe 2 miles an hour less on average or something like that they said they saw. I don't remember exactly. We could find it. It's in the meeting.
Yeah, we have plenty of reports. When I went back and looked, and there's been plenty of data, plus the police department still keeps copies of those crash reports, so we could take a look at that. So we do have a lot of that background.
Well, I would favor the second option, and that is that you go ahead and start with a community discussion, and at least get some input from the business owners and start to take that in, as well as residents. Because I think that ultimately we're going to have to get to that anyway. And so we wouldn't be wasting any time and effort if we go ahead and begin that process.
Yeah, and I think...
And we do have... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Nick.
I was just going to say, and Celia, you kind of touched on it, but the accident data is great to see there, and it's great that that's not that high, but I think there's also, you know, the desire that, at least I know that a lot of us have talked about, to make it more pedestrian friendly, more walkable, and it is still very sketchy down there right now, especially when it's not super busy. It's actually, during the really busy times of day, traffic tends to flow a little slower. But you go out there on a Friday night or Saturday night at 7 o'clock when it's not that busy and people are flying through 35, 40 miles an hour still. They don't stop at the crosswalks and it's not pedestrian friendly. Frankly, it's dangerous down there. And I think we're honestly lucky that we haven't had a serious pedestrian accident yet. And I hope that we can consider making some changes before that happens.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with, go ahead, Celia.
Oh, I was just going to say, I strongly recommended the data collection just because when you present something to the public, you like to have some of the data and to kind of say, we've already looked at that and this is what it shows. And so I know I was recommending that, but I think at this point, with the slowdown and everything, to move forward, I think that is probably a good option.
Solly, can I ask a question about the data, please?
Yes, Mayor.
So you said that our 4-lane road was compared to other 4-lane roads nationwide, statewide. What is the comparison we're using? And then the second part of the question is, is that comparison of a 4-lane road with our speed limit on it? Or is that a comparison of 4-lane roads? Is it apples to apples with our speed limit? So I guess I'm saying, we were at 30 miles an hour, we're 25 miles an hour now. Are we comparing 4-lane road with other 30, 25, or are we comparing like Shawnee Mission Parkway, which is 45?
So the state actually calculates the statewide average every year based on types of road. I don't believe that it's based on speed limit. I believe it's 4-lane divided, 4-lane, 3-lane, but I can verify that with Olson, but that's the standard procedure in order to look at the crash rate. Because as you've seen on Johnson Drive, drivers, even though you may post a lower speed limit, drivers don't necessarily follow that speed limit. I mean, they may if there's a lot of police enforcement, but once they go away, they drive what's comfortable to them. And if a street's wide, 4 lanes, they tend to drive a lot faster, even if you reduce the speed limit. So I'm not sure that that's in, but I can get that information for you.
Because I think that would be important to know that we're comparing apples to apples. The other point I would like to make is we have tried many other options already. And I'm sure I'm not going to remember them all, but I know we tried speed bumps. We tried crosswalks, enhanced crosswalks. We tried stoplights. We tried reducing the speed, I believe, twice. So our discussion here is not the first time that we've approached this subject, and we have tried quite a few options. I think even in increased enforcement. So we have tried numerous options to try to make that stretch safer. So this is just, I guess, a progression of other options.
Right.
And I just relatedly wanted to echo Nick's point about sort of, the near misses. I think that the traffic studies don't necessarily account for avoidance. It would be within my legal right to step out into the crosswalk in front of a car going 50 miles an hour, which has happened, to me at times during the Mission Market and otherwise. But my failure to do so doesn't make the road safe or mean that the solutions that we do have in place are working, because it makes it less walkable and less approachable.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think, that might not be fully captured in the data, but could be captured in some of those community conversations. I did also want to share, we have a couple of comments in the chat from Ben, who we heard from already on our last meeting. He said, I strongly request a road diet and or traffic calming be implemented on this stretch through whatever process is appropriate. This part of Mission is not an area where throughput should be prioritized. Speeds are too high and 4-lane roads are notoriously dangerous and unfriendly to pedestrians and bikes compared to 3 lanes. The flashing crossing signals are routinely ignored by drivers. A narrower, more walkable, lower speed street will be much more engaging, which will certainly help business and make downtown Mission more enjoyable. And Josh, with similar comment, Josh Thede, who's also on our Sustainability Commission. I believe Ben is now on our Parks Board. I'm a big fan of a road diet. The key is reducing speeders through design. Enforcement and posting new speed limit signs is good, but drivers will drive the speed the road is designed for, same width as the highway, not the posted speed limit. please continue to prioritize pedestrian safety.
And I think Laura, and I don't want to speak for Laura, but she's been thinking about the community engagement process. And I don't know if we want to go into that now, or at some point you come back with a proposal on how we go about beginning the process.
I think we've had some conversations, and certainly if that's the direction we want to go, we can quickly kind of pull together what we would recommend. Obviously, as we move forward with that right now, it's likely going to need to be at least partially virtual. So we can kind of design that and get that, circulated for council input, and then just start moving it, forward. I think it's also something that as we move through some of the comprehensive plan discussions, I think there will be some natural conversations around, transportation networks and, walkability and some of those same goals and objectives. So I think there will be a variety of processes in the coming weeks and months where the whole topic can come up for discussion.
Great. Any other questions at this time, or are we on board with moving forward with the community conversation?
One other quick thing, I kind of saw a note in there about the parking situation on Johnson Drive there, but if we were to restripe it down to 3 lanes, would it also allow for a little bit of extra buffer room between parking and the lane? Because I think that would make it much, much easier for people trying to back out of that angled parking. Because if there's a vehicle parked next to you, you can't see the traffic coming. And it's really dangerous today with the lane being right up next to the parking there. I don't know if there's room to add a couple feet of buffer space if we were to remove a lane. I'm hoping there's some way to look into that.
I would think so, because typically you want your through lanes to be a little wider, and your turn lanes, what they call that center chicken lane sometimes, can be a little narrower. So I would think, that's definitely a possibility that we would look at.
I think that would really improve some of the just getting in and out of the parking spots and stuff, that experience, and make it friendlier for people that are planning to go to some of those businesses to park down there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Trent, did you have a question too?
I was just going to comment. I think we're at the point now to begin engaging the community and the stakeholders, and data is always good, but it doesn't seem like waiting at this point would make sense. So that's where I hope we move forward through.
All right. Anything else? We do have, I don't know, Laura, if you have thoughts on how to handle this, but Banks has asked that we would have a further moment to discuss the Mission Bowl redevelopment.
I think that's absolutely at the discretion of the chair, whether you want to, go back and follow up on that.
Yeah, I would say if we could leave it to just a quick update, Banks, if you just have a couple of comments, but we do have 2 long items left on our agenda for tonight. So I'd say leave it under 5 minutes if you could.
Absolutely. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. As I've listened over the last couple hours, I wanted to, I want to make a conscious effort to understand the impact and priorities of the community. And I think the one thing that I've heard that I think I want to make sure that's addressed within our development is the priority of the streets, stormwater, and parks that I believe Council Member Thomas referenced a couple hours ago. And most importantly, the importance of us as we continue this discussion on our development to work with the community, whether it's the neighborhood, whether it's the council members, and whether it's the city, to work with us on how we move forward, and to ensure that everybody is comfortable with the development they feel complements the area. And so I don't think that can be underestimated. I think it is so important to continuously reiterate our involvement in discussions with the community. I know that, myself, I'm a Kansas resident. I have been my entire life. We are a developer that is very passionate about not only Mission, but other areas within the state of Kansas. And so I think that should be communicated and discussed. And as we continue our discussions with the pre-development and the whether it's just the agreement or the zoning or the incentive process, I think it's very important that everybody understands that we want to have an open dialogue. I have no intention of being a developer that tries to have conversations behind the scenes. I want to have a very, very open communication with every constituent in the community. I believe in the city of Mission, and I don't think it should be called the city of Mission, as I heard referenced earlier. It should be called Mission, and it should be. Mission is a centrally located, fantastic location that a lot of people should want to call home, and I think a lot of people do want to call home. They just need that opportunity. So that's really all the input I wanted to add. I appreciate everybody, Sally, yourself, Laura, working with you guys, and look forward to further discussions.
Thank you. We appreciate it, and good to hear that you are also committed to community conversations. I think that's really important. All right, any questions for Banks, or should we move on to our next discussion item? All right, let's go ahead and move to our stormwater condition inventory with Celia.
At the September 2019 council meeting, council approved a contract with BHC Roads to begin inventorying our stormwater. And this data will not only assist us in long-range planning and budgeting, but it also allows us to begin applying and hopefully receiving Johnson County funds for any pipes that have a risk greater than 3.2. 1 is the best rating. It means it's a new pipe or nearly new and in great condition. And 5 is the worst, meaning that it's at failure or near failure. So, sorry, this inventory will allow us to also coordinate, stormwater improvements with streets so that we're not putting down new pavement and then going back and tearing up pavement. So it's a really good process, and it's also part of our comprehensive asset management approach that we're working on right now. So as part of the contract, BHC inspected over 92,000 lineal feet of pipe and 732 structures, manholes, inlets, etc. Emily, calling on your help again, do you mind pulling up that map quickly so we can just kind of look at the different zones? BHC, it's a little bit hard to read, but BHC divided the work up into 4 different zones. Zone 1 being closer on the north side and Zone 4 on the south side. And that's how they went about proceeding with the work, and they calculated costs per zone and per rating based on that map. We also have the table in the packet that, if you don't mind pulling up, Emily. So this is a draft summary table. And in fact, we had anticipated that the report be completed right now, but BHC hadn't submitted it. So we wanted them to go ahead and give some draft data. So there's still some QA/QC to be done, and there's going to be a lot of tables and reports to be done on this. But this is their first beginning of looking at all of the ratings per the zone. Excuse me. So as you can see, Zone 1 has all the costs for each type of rating in the column. And then the 2 columns on the right side are based on Johnson County data. At some point, Johnson County or Black and Beach, I'm not sure who, but somehow they inspected a lot of our pipe, and I'm not sure when that was done, but BHC didn't go back and inspect that data, but that kind of shows their estimate based on aims of what those costs would be, because I wanted to make sure you had a comprehensive look at all the infrastructure, not just what BHC, excuse me, calculated. So if you look down in the left-hand box, if we were to address all infrastructure with ratings greater than 3.1, which is the rating that the Johnson County will reimburse for, that cost would be about $5.4 million. And then they also wanted to look at the total cost of replacement for all stormwater infrastructure over a service life of 50 years, which is kind of the industry standard for how long a stormwater pipe should last, assuming, you know, it was installed correctly and there's no bores or leaks through it. And that's about 47 million. So I know this is a huge number, but I don't want you to be overwhelmed by this cost, because there's many ways to begin to address stormwater needs over time. You know, we don't want to just have to go out and get $47 million, but depending on available funding, you know, the city has a lot of options. We may want to have an annual stormwater program where we replace specific pipes that are a rating of 5, and we'd apply for SMAC funding for that. Or we may want to just focus on replacing the infrastructure when we do our street projects. So I think really depending on what the budget is, you know, we can come up with a cost-effective approach to start beginning to address our stormwater needs.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yes, go ahead, Mayor.
Okay, so when I look at this chart, you have all of our infrastructure categorized 1 through 5, which totals 46 million, but 1 through 5 totals do not equal 46 million. What am I missing?
So that also included the blue columns too, the Johnson County columns.
That's just categorizing the risk above and below 3.1. Those are the same, that's the same infrastructure, is it not? That's just categorizing it different, is it not?
Well, that wasn't included in BHC's analysis. So they only did the table from 1 to 5 in each zone. I asked them, you need to also include what you didn't inspect that Johnson County has. So I had them add those.
Okay. So that was the blue is uninspected, that was added on.
Right.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
And as I said, this is preliminary information that we need to, once BHC finishes their report, we need to go back and they'll provide better tables and data and maps. But I wanted to go ahead and, you know, kind of give you a first glimpse of what we're looking at. So one thing that we also recommend is that we should look at our stormwater channels. So we really have a comprehensive approach of all of our stormwater needs, and especially with the failure of our channel off of Martway, you know, it's really important to take a look so that we're trying to get ahead of the game and not waiting until something collapses before we replace it. So we'd like to go ahead and begin that assessment, and then we can kind of look at our total needs, and we can prioritize projects and put them in the capital improvement plan long-term, and just have an overall idea of what our needs are. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, any other questions? Yeah, Ken?
Yeah. Just to clarify again, the box on the left that says aggregate estimated costs for 5 and 4s and the estimated risk above 3.1 is 5,395,651. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah, the one was missing.
Okay, and
yeah.
Does that include the 320,000 in the light blue?
Yes, so it includes the ratings in column 5, the ratings in column 4, and then the Johnson County risk over 3.1. And I'd ask them, you know, I'm hoping that they can get more into the Johnson County data while we complete this report, but that was something that they quickly looked at. So if we wanted to just know about the 5s and 4s, you know, we could go back and come up with a more detailed cost on that.
So basically it's gonna, to fix the 5 and 4s overall, anything above 3.1, it's gonna be about 5.4 million.
Right, and I do want to say that they had some unit costs, you know, so they haven't looked in detail at every single street, but they use some unit costs that Johnson County uses as well. So this is construction costs only, not design.
Okay. Thank you.
We had another comment in the chat from Josh Thede. He said, I am an advocate for decreasing automobile lane widths for many reasons, primarily by pedestrian and bicyclist safety. Another benefit is stormwater improvements. Impervious pavement results in more and faster stormwater runoff. By decreasing lane width, there is more room for natural green stormwater infrastructure, such as permeable pavement or bioswales. With recent experiences of more intense storms and flooding, I would recommend more solutions to soak the water up and slow it down naturally instead of funneling it all downstream. Thank you, Josh, for your comment. Councilmember Kring is not with us tonight, but she's always our impervious pavement watchdog. And so I'm sure if she goes back and watches this recording, she'll be pleased with your comment. Do we have any other questions for Celia?
Sally, I have a question.
Yes, Hillary.
Thank you. I was just wondering how the zones, I understand that they were divided, you know, kind of looks like just north to south. But I'm just wondering if they were equally distributed based on linear mileage of pipes.
I'm not sure that they were. I think BHC came in and recommended that. But I kind of came in the middle of the process. I don't know if Brent could answer that question. If not, I can go back and get that information for you.
No, they weren't. They were just looking at good break points to start their survey work and good stop points for documentation.
Okay, so I guess my, you know, I answer my own question only because I look at, like, say zone 4, you're right, that has close to $20 million worth of need versus the other zones that don't total, you know, close to that much. So really the zones, that's just how they broke them up, and it doesn't as much have to do with, you know, what our process will be for prioritization. I know it doesn't equal our wards or anything. I was just curious about how it was broken up.
Good question.
All right, any other questions? If not, I'm sure we'll be hearing more on this. I did wonder, Celia, you know, we've talked about the really favorable interest rates and everything right now. It sounds like now we're talking about expanding the scope of the inventory to collect this information on the stormwater channel piece. Do we have any sort of timeline on that until we can get the complete picture we've been after?
Well, I know that there's been analysis done by Black and Beach in the past, and so I need to go back and look at that to see if that's still applicable. I did talk to GBA since they were doing work on our Rock Creek channel about what a cost would be, and it's a little higher than I want, so I kind of want to go back and work with them and see. But I mean, I think if we approved it, they'd be ready to go. I just kind of want to make sure that, you know, we can afford this analysis, and maybe there's less detail that we need at this point. Okay. So if you want us to move forward, you know, I can work on that scope and bring it forward to council.
Well, and the other thing I think that we've talked about is, as Celia and I have talked about, trying to delve back into some of the previous studies. I mean, we have some cost estimates for work, specifically, I know in the Rock Creek channel. But again, those were based on design alternatives and design solutions that were part of visioning processes that are now, you know, close to 15 years old. And so, you know, it may be, I think we can get in a ballpark pretty quickly. And then what we really probably need to have the next conversation around is, you know, how refined do we want to be, or what is our process to making any adjustments to those design solutions? Because obviously open channel versus, you know, an enclosed solution are going to have dramatically different cost impacts, land acquisition impacts, you know, water quality impacts, all of those kinds of things. And so trying to figure out how we can at least get a comfortable placeholder number while we still have some of those more conceptual discussions about design solutions is where we're struggling a little bit about what's the right approach to that. But I think, you know, our intent is trying to get this wrapped up and continuing to move it forward as quickly as we can. This piece we wanted to really focus on, because it matches up more appropriately with our conversations around the street projects and the street prioritization, and because we know we have the ability to go after SMAC funding for some of the maintenance projects now. So we wanted to make sure that we focused as much energy here. And as Celia said, this is one tiny table out of the draft report that will have a whole lot more detail even around all of this.
And one thing I wanted to add on that is that we're having discussions with Johnson County. You know, the SMAC program has changed and they will have eligible funding for system maintenance of the pipes, but what about open channels? So we're going to have a conference call with them tomorrow to see, you know, what their thoughts are on that. So hopefully we can get an idea whether we can begin, you know, applying for funds for channels.
Great.
Sally?
Yes, Kim?
Yeah, just to reiterate, I think the reason that we were focusing on asset inventory was so that we could really have an idea of the magnitude of our cost, future cost, and plan for that. And to do it in a way that we can perhaps budget long-term debt for that purpose. And so a combination of storm sewers and streets makes a lot of sense at this point in time.
Mm-hmm.
All right, any other questions for Celia? Well, you're up next too to talk about the related street program.
Right. And Emily's going to help me with a PowerPoint again. So I appreciate it. You know, last but not least, there's a lot of information that I have on this PowerPoint because I wanted to really give you some background on how we came to be and what we really did. And hopefully I can go through it quickly, but if you have any questions along the way, feel free. So I'm going to kind of go through quickly how Stantec collects this data so that you understand the process better, and then we'll go to the results and the discussion. And I know there's going to be a number of discussions along the way, so hopefully this data isn't just too overload right now, but it's kind of an introduction to more discussions in the future. So next slide. So before we go into the details, I think it's very important to mention that developing a street preservation program is just one part of City of Mission's comprehensive asset management approach. So we're talking tonight about streets. We presented a little information on stormwater, but we still have a lot of work to do. So we're slowly moving through that process. I just wanted to reiterate, you know, that this is part of our goals to achieve that asset management program. Next slide. So, as you know, streets are a large portion of our infrastructure and thus a lot of our expenditures. And unfortunately, we can't just install a street and walk away from it. Streets are always deteriorating over time due to a lot of the items that I've listed below. And as you know, one of our biggest challenges in Mission are that many of our streets weren't constructed with the sufficient asphalt thickness. Back in the day, you know, I think let's put some asphalt and there really weren't the standards to follow. Typically today, a local or a residential has a minimum of 8 inches of asphalt. A collector would be a 10-inch and an arterial would be a 12-inch. So, you know, if we can start to address that, and we can also look at replacing a lot of our asphalt base because it's really deteriorated over time, and we need to go ahead and replace it. Otherwise, we can continue to do surface treatments and the streets will look good, but then the deficiencies and distresses will continue to come up. So I think that's one of our biggest challenges right now, besides just the normal factors that are typical for cities.
Celia, could I ask you a question related to that, please?
Sure.
I know that one of your goals was to create specs in our contracts so that we know we're getting consistent construction on our streets? Where are we in that process? Just high level quickly.
Well, I've gotten a cost from one of our consultants, and I've been talking to Laura, and it's really a matter of the budget and will we have some money in our budget at the end of the year, and hopefully we do that. We can start beginning that process. I can do a lot of it, but there's a lot of AutoCAD and some other work that's going to take a little time that I can't just completely do it by myself. But hopefully if we get to the end of the budget and we have some money, I'm hoping that we can move that forward.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Next slide. So as you know, City approved a contract with Stantec in March 2020 to use their existing data that they collected in 2017 for pavement condition, along with geotechnical borings that we've collected over time to help us develop an ongoing street preservation program and to answer the key questions listed on the slide. And we're going to kind of go through each one of them. So we're going to start to answer those questions that are important regarding our network. Next slide. So we have, I put approximately, but 89.3 lane miles of streets to be maintained with the city. And as you can see, the majority of our streets are locals or residentials. And interesting enough, I guess we've always gone by the number of 110 lane miles. And so I want to go back and verify this number with Stantec. And I'm not sure if the 110, it may have been that, streets that we own half and another city owns half, maybe that was accounted, or maybe Metcalf or Shawnee Mission was accounted. So we're going to go back and verify that, but this is the information that Stantec has provided. So just wanted to talk briefly about the different types of streets and really how we determine what's an arterial, what's a collector, and what's a local. So arterial is typically, it moves traffic, and it's has larger volumes of traffic than other streets, and it carries the traffic between sections of city. So what we try to do is, if you were designing a street today, you kind of look at the curb cuts and driveways and try to limit those or space those out appropriately so you can keep moving traffic along. And in general, arterials have a speed of 40 to 45 miles per hour. But, we have a lot of arterials in our city that are posted 35 or more. So that's just a general guideline. Collectors distribute the trips from the arterials to the local street network. And so they provide that traffic circulation. They can be residential or commercial, industrial. And speeds are a little lower on collectors. There's closer access spacing. And in general, we try to restrict residential lots from fronting onto a collector because there's more movement of traffic. Now, I know that Mission, is built, the streets are older in the neighborhoods. And so there's a lot of residential houses fronting onto collectors, and that's just the way it is. But, sometimes those collectors, because they move more traffic, you may have a higher speed. Typically collectors are about 30 to 35 miles per hour, but that's one reason why, with the residents that live on collectors and they're like, why are they speeding? This is my local neighborhood street. Well, it really was designed to carry a little more traffic. So that's kind of the conflict that we have. And then of course, the primary purpose of the local streets is to provide driveway access to parcels. The length of the local street is shorter. There's a lot less traffic. And operating speed limits are typically 25 miles per hour. I couldn't find that Mission had developed a functional class map for streets, which would show what streets are classified as arterials or collectors or locals. So I went ahead and made some assumptions. First of all, we have a number of arterials that were identified as CARS routes. And so I've included all those as arterials, such as Johnson Drive, Lamar, Fox Ridge, etc. And then, like I said, collectors can be residential or industrial streets that carry traffic, from the commercial areas to arterials, such as Squibb and portions of Broadmoor north of Johnson Drive, and then the residentials are really the streets, or the residential collectors are really the streets such as 53rd, 55th, 57th, 58th that are east-west, that a lot of the neighboring traffic goes to those collectors to funnel out to the arterial. So that's kind of how I came up with the classifications, and then all others are locals. Next slide, please. So as I said, PCI, or pavement condition data, was provided by Stantec in 2017 using automated pavement data collection. And the reason this is used is it's not subjective. So back in the day, and sometimes other cities do it, is you send out crew members and they take a look at the distresses and try to measure it and come up with a PCI, but that can be subjective between different crew members. And so using this, they use that truck with all the fancy gadgets on it, and it's objective, it's accurate, it's repeatable, and it's cost effective, so that once you develop that database, like next time we would like to use Stantec, it's all set up. So it's gonna be a lot easier and a lot more cost effective to do it. And really, we recommend evaluating the pavement condition index every 3 years. So that way, once we start our program, we can, take a look at our progress and say, okay, we've done all this work, and look at our overall pavement condition index. So that's one reason why we do that. And also because streets deteriorate over time, and some streets deteriorate faster than others, depending on water and just weather conditions. So it's always good to have accurate data. Next slide, please. Okay, I'll go over this really quickly, but these are all the different types of equipment that's on Stantec's van. They have all the different types of cameras, so they're actually taking pictures of the pavement images, so they can go back to the office and look at the distresses, the types of cracks and distresses and measurements and quantities, and that helps them come up with a pavement condition index. They also have the laser sensors that measure the cross section of the road and take a look at that condition, and the transverse, or the perpendicular, and then along the lane. And it really also takes a look at rutting. And then the cameras look at the entire right of way, so that you can look at the curbs and the sidewalks in relationship to the pavement. And then you also have the GPS unit. So there's a lot of different information that is used in this van. Next slide. And this just kind of summarizes, more of that information. So the pavement images are collected as the van drives a normal speed. It shows the different visible layers. They have continuous pavement coverage. It's linked by GPS and synchronized with the right-of-way. So it's pretty high tech. Next slide. So this pavement condition data collection process is actually based on an industry standard. It's actually ASTM D6433. So, everybody uses this process to go ahead and look at pavement condition indexes and all the information. So just wanted to mention that. And then here's different types of distresses that they look at. And flexible pavements are typically asphalt. Rigid is typically concrete. So you just take a look at all the different distresses that they take a look at that goes into factoring the PCI. Next slide. So this just kind of shows the laser, what it shows on their computers, that it looks at the severity and the extent of the distresses. It draws shapes so you can know the area. It shows the different types of distresses, etc. So all of that goes into the computer and is calculated based on this information. One thing that's interesting is that you may take a look at the PCI map and drive a street, because I started doing that, and I'm like, well, why is it? I would think this PCI is higher than this street. What is the difference? And sometimes, it's based on, like, you may have a really bad intersection, but the rest of the street's pretty good, so that will drop the PCI. Or if you have a shorter segment of road and there's a lot of distresses versus a longer street that may have worse ones, but not as many, then you may have, you know, a lower PCI. So just wanted to note that. Next slide, please. This is just an example of pavement distress, alligator cracking. Of course, it's called that because it looks like this, you know, the skin of an alligator. And this is kind of hard to tell what's slight and moderate to severe, but the slight slide is meant to show that the alligator cracking is smaller and it's not on the entire street, where when you go to severe, you see that's an indication that, you know, there's a lot of bad asphalt base underneath, and that quickly deteriorates a street. Next slide, please. This is an example of rutting. So as you can see slide, there's just kind of a dip in the pavement, so it's not a complete uniform cross section, where severe is when, you know, you see it's really, there's a lot of rutting and distress. And that's a lot of times due to heavy traffic or issues like that. So that's one thing they also measure. Next slide, please. And this is just an example of joints that they look at, where, you know, you may have some small joints, or then you look at more severe where there's a lot more joints and cracks that you need to take care of. So that's measured too. Next slide, please. And there's two performance indicators that are looked at with streets, and one is the ride comfort index. And so that really looks at the roughness of a street or the smoothness or the rideability. So if you're driving down a road that has a lot of dips, you know, you may want to prioritize that high. We really focused on the PCI for prioritizing our street needs because, you know, one, we want to address our deterioration. I don't think there's a lot of streets that have a real smoothness or roughness issue for the most part, and you may tell me otherwise. But taking care of streets based on the PCI will also help that, so that we address the roughness. So that's kind of what we're looking at this point. Next slide. This is the PCI map that shows the different ranges and what the condition category is. So anything above 70 is considered good to excellent. And you design certain types of maintenance techniques based on the PCI. So then you kind of go into that middle, fair to poor. And then as you drop below to the 26 and to 40 and below, you're getting to very poor, serious, or failed, where you really need to do some major rehabilitation or even a full depth reconstruction. And then the level of service just kind of shows, hey, any street above 70, it's adequate, it's in pretty good shape. 56 to 70, it's degrading, you need to do some kind of treatment. And then unsatisfactory below that, it's like you really need to do more major maintenance. So it's kind of more of a summary of what's presented above. Next slide, please. This is just a picture of some of our streets in Mission. Of course, excellent is Broadmoor. We just got it done last year, so it's in really good shape and doesn't really need any maintenance at this point. The next one is Johnson Drive, looking eastbound from Dearborn, where it's fair to good, and you know we're going to need some treatments. And then Fox Ridge Phase 2, very poor condition. So that's just an example of some of our streets and the PCI. Next slide, please. So you have this in your packet, and we can make it larger, but it seems like it may be fairly easy to read. So based on 2017 data, it shows that our overall PCI for the network is 56.1, which is fair. A lot of cities try to say we want our streets to be 70, or our overall network to be 70 and above, and I'm kind of going to get into that later. But as you can see, the majority of our streets are, well, the highest percentage of our streets are very poor, between 25 and 40. Next slide. This is our PCI map that was generated, and I can, you have that in your package, or we can take a look at this in general. So if anybody wants us to move to the larger screen, that we can. But generally this shows, you know, based on the PCI, this just kind of shows the different PCI ratings per street. So in general, the good and the is, oops, sorry about that. Just a minute. Can you get her? Sorry, my new puppy is barking. So the good and the satisfactory is the blue, or the blue with circles. And so in generally that's a 70 above. So we may do a crack seal or a crack fill, or we may not have to do anything at that point. And then the fair with the yellow or the yellow circles is fair to poor. And then the very poor is the red, or the red with circles. Very poor to serious. That means some major reconstruction and base repair is needed. So just looking at the slide, and I know it's hard to see. I apologize. So just looking at the slide, it appears most of our arterials are in pretty good shape, with some exceptions, and that's really due in part to leveraging CARS funds. So, you know, we get 50% matching funds, and so I think the city's done a good job as far as leveraging funds and addressing our arterials. You know, those are typically the ones that carry a lot more traffic, so it's important to have those in good condition. But we also see that our neighborhood streets are really need to be addressed at this point too. So in the next slides, I'll just discuss the type of pavement treatment we're recommending based on the PCI. Oh, I also wanted to mention on the PCI map that the data was collected in 2017. So streets deteriorate over time. So some of the streets were driven by Stantec again to verify that street conditions were similar. But there are some projects back in 2017 or earlier that we did some surface treatments or chip seal, but no base repair was addressed. So it may have had a higher PCI rating because the surface looked good, but those distresses from the deteriorated base are coming to the surface. And so, you know, there's some of those that we're gonna have to spot check. And so prior to selecting any specific streets to begin the design construction process, we will definitely drive and verify that the PCI is accurate and reflects the condition of the road. Next slide, please. So this is just your general degradation curve. It shows how important it is to have a preventative maintenance program. I always like to say streets are like your house or your car. You know, unfortunately, it'd be nice not to have to ever do any maintenance, but if you don't, it's going to look good on the outside sometimes, but it's going to fall apart, and that's like a street too. You have to continue to do maintenance over various time periods to be cost effective. So if you look at the top of the curve, you know, within that PCI range, you're really looking at the do nothing preventative maintenance. You may just do a crack seal or a pothole repair, and that's all you need to do. And it's very inexpensive compared to the other treatments. And then as your PCI goes kind of into that fair range, you want to start doing a pavement preservation like a surface treatment, maybe a chip seal, a microsurface, or other types of treatments. And then as you drop down, you need to do a lot more rehabilitation with a mill and overlay, a UBAS, more base repair, etc. And then it also shows that if you wait to address a street when it's near failure or in serious condition, it's going to cost a lot more than if you perform and, you know, do a little work along the way. So that's kind of the degradation chart that's shown. And we're still developing our overall goals, but in general, we may want to crack seal every 3 years, and then surface treatment every 5 to 7 years, followed by a mill and overlay or a pavement rehab every 10 to 15 years. And of course, the reconstruction is you know, if we have insufficient base or asphalt, or the pavement is really deteriorated to the point that it just needs to be removed and replaced. And so I'm going to kind of go into more detail about those timeframes, because it really depends on whether a street's an arterial, it has more traffic. You're going to have to do a mill and overlay more often than if it's on a local street. So those are just some general guidelines, but that's a typical type of maintenance program that a lot of people, a lot of cities use to, you know, to do the maintenance along the way and be most cost effective.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
In terms of the age of the streets, I think a lot of Mission streets are at least 70 to 80 years old, and have, you know, especially the residential ones that have not necessarily been kept up. What is the average length of time that you think, in terms of the age of a street, that would have to have major service done to it?
Well, as I mentioned before,
I know it has to do with traffic and
Yeah.
such, but I was thinking about typical residential street.
well, you know, typically you wouldn't have to touch a residential, you know, for about 15 years if you do the crack sealing and then the surface treatment and then the mill and overlay. But in Mission, you know, we have so many streets with insufficient asphalt thickness. So that causes our streets to deteriorate because it doesn't, you know, it doesn't carry the load as well, the vehicle or traffic load. And then we also have a lot of base repair that needs to be done that I'm not sure how much was done in the past. And so those factors contribute to a street deteriorating faster.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So this is what we've kind of developed as our first draft of different types of treatments based on the PCI. And so we showed, you know, as I talked about the different PCI ranges of crack fill, granite seal, chip seal, which I'll talk about in more detail, UBAS or mill and overlay. And so that just kind of shows our preliminary ideas. And then of course the remove and replace asphalt with the full base repair due to the insufficient asphalt, the condition of the road, etc. So that's a general overall picture. And then I'll kind of go into why we picked the treatments that we picked, and they're open to discussion and, you know, recommendations, of course. Next slide. We're getting through this. So this table shows in general what I was talking about as far as the treatments, and it kind of shows the prices in general, and then in general the service life, which, like I said, it depends on the street and the condition and the traffic loads. But in general, we were recommending, you know, at the 80 to 100, we'll do the crack fill or the crack seal, and it can be called either one depending on the width of the crack. And so that's really preventative maintenance to fill the cracks with an asphalt sealant. It prevents moisture from penetrating the pavement, because if you don't seal those, and eventually it turns into a pothole, and then the water can seep further down into the base, and then, you know, there's a lot more deterioration. So that's kind of what we're recommending as a preventative maintenance along the way. And then in the 55 to 80, we're recommending a surface treatment. And we looked at granite seal for locals as a cost-effective measure. You can see that it's a lot less expensive. The granite seal or chip seal, I think everybody knows what that is, but it's a surface treatment. It puts a coating of asphalt oil followed by a layer of rock over existing pavement, and then it's embedded into the asphalt with a roller. And so Overland Park uses a lot of this, and they've actually improved their chip seal by using the granite chips. But a lot of people don't really like the chip seal, And in my past, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it only because of the maintenance parts of it and the perception by the public, but it is a cost-effective way and it really protects streets. So some of the concerns.
Celia, I had one comment related to that. And I don't know how we stack up to Overland Park, but the fact that a lot of our neighborhoods don't have sidewalks, you're going to have people who won't be able to use the street at all, or, you know, walk during that chip seal period. So that might be a concern as well.
You know, I'll talk about some of the other concerns of that, but we also looked at what if we didn't, you know, we can look at the costs of not necessarily doing a granite seal, and we could do a UBAS and take a look, because like I said, it's cost effective, but you know, besides what you mentioned, also when you put the chips down, there's a lot of sweeping that has to be done up front because they don't always adhere to the surface. Sometimes the drivers expect a road to be smooth like an asphalt mill and overlay or a UBAS, so that they don't like it to be so rough in their neighborhood. And sometimes there's small bare patches where there wasn't enough oil to adhere to the chips. And so, you know, there are downsides to it. It's cost effective. I mean, we can definitely talk about it more. And, you know, I'm willing to do more. I was just trying to propose something cost effective, but definitely open to discussion on whether we want to do that. So right now, the costs are based on a granite seal for the locals that are at that PCI range. And then the UBAS, you know what that is because we just put it down on Lamar Avenue. And so it's an ultra thin bonded asphalt surface that it extends the life of the road. You put a thin coarse aggregate hot mix over an asphalt membrane, and it really prevents the water leakage and provides a bond to the asphalt. So this was used on Lamar Avenue. So we were recommending that for collectors. And in fact, like I said, we could do a UBAS on the locals as well if we'd rather do that. One thing that we found out after talking to some of the contractors is that a UBAS on a local road, there's only currently one contractor that has the smaller equipment to do that. And so we don't really want to propose something that only one contractor will bid on. But if we propose different types of treatments, so say we may do a chip seal or not, some UBAS and mill and overlay, then that's more likely that contractors will bid because they'll sub out the work that they don't do. So that's just something that we just found out that I wasn't aware of. And then what originally I'd like to do mill and overlay on arterials, because even though it's more expensive, it carries a lot more traffic. So you can get in and do the work, and then you don't have to go back, you know, as often and disrupt traffic because you have the mill and overlay. But as you know, we've also are recommending UBAS on some materials, primarily because, you know, some of the other cities, they like to put UBAS on their arterials. It doesn't have as long of a service life, but it's less expensive. So that's an option we can consider. And then of course on Lamar, one of our considerations was that we only had so much money, and if we do a mill and overlay, then we're subject to meeting all ADA requirements. And we did replace, you know, any sidewalk that was settled or cracked or had a slip trip issue, but in order to really truly meet ADA, we would have to go to every single driveway and replace it, and sometimes even grade back further into the yard because of the steep slopes. And so that was a consideration. And then, you know, there's a lot of utility poles or signals or in the middle of the sidewalk that would have to be relocated. And a lot of times there's not a lot of rooms in the yard. So I think that's, you know, some options that may depend on the type of streets and how we want to do that. So if you go down the table, you kind of see, you know, what we're recommending. Looks like it's a little cut off, but 30 to 55, we're kind of recommending that's when you do a UBAS on the locals and a mill and overlay on both collectors and arterials. And then you may not be able to see that bottom, but it's 0 to 30 would be the full depth reconstruction, where you're removing and replacing the existing roadway. And since you're going down deeper because you're having to do a lot of base repair or adding additional asphalt, you're going to have to replace the entire curb and gutter and then do a lot of subgrade modifications. And so that's a majority of our streets, and it's very costly. But if we can go ahead and do that right and set the foundation, you know, we're not going to have to come back in the future. It's going to cost more money up front, but it's going to save us more money in the long run. Next slide, please. And like I said, I am very open to your recommendations, or if we don't want to do the granite seal, I'm perfectly, you know, open to any of your recommendations. This was just our first attempt, and we can definitely, you know, tweak it as we go. So Emily, would you mind pulling up the larger table? Just a second. Or maybe people can read it, I don't know, but. Oh, it's crooked. If not, I think it's, you know, it's fairly legible, I hope.
I think I got it.
Thank you.
There we go.
So,
can everyone see that?
Yeah, I don't know why it's cutting off the bottom part of the slide. Okay, so based on those assumptions that I talked about, different treatments per the PCI, unit costs were calculated, and those were really costs based on previous projects and general assumptions. And so you see that the chip seal is relatively inexpensive. I'll talk about the base repair in a minute. And then the UBAS is 2.4, but really where we're really getting hit is the removal and replacement with full base repair, because there's so many streets that don't have sufficient asphalt, and that's 21.5 million of our total need of 27.7 million. So that's a big part of our cost. So we also wanted to make sure that we included curb, sidewalk, and ramp replacement, just so we have an overall. And there was assumptions that went into this too. So, you know, when we design a specific street, the numbers may go up or down, but we tried to be conservative so that we could incorporate that cost. So basically how we looked at curb is that Stantec back in 2017, they did a general condition map, and they looked at overall, they said, this curb is good, this curb is fair, and this curb is poor. So I took a look at that. I wasn't able to walk every street, and in fact, even if I did, you know, the streets will deteriorate and it will change over time. So I tried to do some general assumptions. So I looked at some of the good streets that were, you know, based on their map, and then I walked some of those representative streets and measured how much curb would need to be replaced. And so based on those measurements, which like I said, could be up or down depending on the streets, I think I assumed about a 25% curb replacement for the good condition, and then a 50% for the fair. And then I think I was gonna go with 75 or 90 for the poor, but then Brent and I talked about it, and a lot of times if you do an entire curb, it's less expensive price than having to go in and do the spot repair. And so we kind of estimated that cost for the curbs, and we use unit prices. For sidewalks, I took the same condition map for sidewalks and the different ratings and walked some of those streets. And I really focused on what panels are cracked that need to be replaced, and what panels have settled so that there's a slip trip. And so we would want to go ahead and replace that as we go. Like I said, and I'm going to show you in another slide, is that all the ADA issues on some of the sidewalks we didn't include, because we'd have to look at each particular street and the driveways and the grade of the yard to really determine. And then ramps, you know, for the streets that have sidewalks, we assumed typically the ramps weren't ADA or they didn't have those panels. So that's how we kind of came up with the cost. So looking at all those costs combined together, it's about $35.8 million. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the base repair. So as we found, you know, if your base is bad, you know, like I said, you can do all the work in the world and it's continue. You're going to have to go back and maintain and replace, and it's going to come up. So what Stantec did is they took a look at the overall area affected by the cracking, not the PCI. So if there was greater than 50% of a street that had poor base, then they assumed, you know, a 50% base repair. If it was 33 to 50% of the area, they assumed 50 and on down. So that's kind of how we came up with the numbers. So really, like I said, when we get to the design and the survey, the numbers may go up or down. And I think once we start doing some of the roads, we're going to get an idea if these are good assumptions or not. But these are our, you know, first overall assumptions for cost. Next slide, please. And if you don't mind pulling up the attachment. This one's really, as Emily pulls up the data spreadsheet, I emailed it to you very late in the day. I'm not sure if anybody got it, and it is difficult to see, but the main reason I wanted to include it is that you can see the level of data for each street and how it's generated, and this is just a sample street. There it is. Can you see the columns at the top? Okay, so I'm going to go through this really quickly, but it shows each street and they're divided by segments. So 49th Street intersection to intersection is one segment. So then you look at the functional class that I talked about, how we classified locals, collectors, and arterials. Stantec had the length of the street, so that was included, but the width was not included. And so what I did to get a better cost of what we were looking at is we went on to Ames and kind of measured it off by that. And, you know, some of the imagery is a little difficult, so the widths could be off a little bit, but also tried to go out and measure some of the streets to see if we were close. And really what I found is the streets really, there's no standard width. It really depends on the street. You know, sometimes more narrow, or sometimes you have a really wide curb and less pavement, or you have a real small curb. And so it was really interesting to see all the variations in the width. And then the lanes, of course, number of lanes on a street. I talked about the pavement type, whether it's flexible or rigid. The average asphalt thickness is based on the boring data, where we took a look at, you know, what streets. So the first one has 3 inches of asphalt. So ideally, we have 8 inches of asphalt, and we can still modify that. But one thing we looked at as a cost-effective approach is we definitely have to have 6 inches no matter what, because any less is really not going to support the traffic loads and the heavy vehicles. So you don't have as many heavy vehicles, and I'm talking about locals would be a minimum of 6 inches streets. You're really not supposed to have a lot of heavy traffic, but you are going to have trash trucks, you're going to have buses, you're going to have the delivery vans and things like that. And as you know, sometimes construction equipment, so you really need that thickness. But if it had 6 inches and then it had some granular base underneath, so that's the EGT, equivalent granular thickness. So if you have a certain amount of granular aggregate underneath and a minimum asphalt pavement, sometimes that combined correlates to, it's similar to an 8-inch asphalt. So that's kind of what we did to try to save costs, but we can also go back and just assume 8 inches and see what those costs would be. So that's that next column, meets minimum EGT standard. So that just means that, you know, combining the asphalt with the granular doesn't meet or be equivalent to 8 inches on a local, 10 inches on a collector, and 12 on an arterial. Next column is the PCI. And then based on that criteria I showed you earlier of PCI and what type of treatment, you know, if we had all the money in the world, you know, we would do work in 2020, and I'll get into that a little bit more later in more discussion. And then the next column shows the type of treatment we're recommending and base repair. And then we had some unit costs that we assumed for the budget rehab cost, and then the curb repair, and then the cost. And so that's the kind of level of detail. Oh, the end column also shows the lane miles. So you can kind of see that the first segment, I think it only has 0.2 lane miles. So, you know, you don't want to just go in and do 0.2 of a street. We'd probably combine a larger length of project to do that. So, but that just gives an idea of what it would cost if we were just to do that particular segment. All right, we're getting near the end. Next slide. So the next slide will be, pardon me?
Can you see that? Am I sharing?
No.
Oh.
Go to the next slide in the PowerPoint with that shows the decision tree. I know I've tasked Emily with a hard job of having to go back and forth between the PowerPoint and some of these larger graphs and tables.
Do you see it now?
No.
I think I'm sure.
Yeah, there
No?
it is.
Okay.
We got it now.
Okay, I'm not really going to go into this, but this is the decision tree. So all that information we showed, thank you. All the information we showed, you know, you set up this decision tree. So if a PCI is this and the cracking is this and you have minimum base, then you do this. So that just kind of shows how it was all developed, and you'll get a copy of that. And if you have more questions on that, you know, we can definitely bring it up next time and go over it in more detail. Okay, 2 more slides. If you'll go to the next slide in the PowerPoint, and actually that would be one of the graphs that we want to pull up separately outside the PowerPoint so we can really take a look at it. Like I said, I apologize, this is a little clunky, but you know, I couldn't get the level of detail by putting it in the PowerPoint, so I kind of wanted to show what it was and then kind of go in more detail. So, so this slide, and I'll wait for Emily to pull it up, but just kind of give you an introduction. So this takes a look at various budget scenarios and level of funding, and based on the type of streets we recommend in the budget, we can kind of estimate what the overall PCI would be after 10 years. So if you do the work in 2021, you see the bottom line is the do nothing. So if you do, well, if you don't do any work, I guess the PCI drops down to 53. And then in 10 years, it goes down to 24.7. So you're really, really losing headway by the do nothing approach. And then as you kind of go up, you can see, you know, 1 million, you're dropping a little bit. 1.5, you're making a real small progress, but anything above 2 million, you're really starting to see some progress on your PCI. So this scenario, and I'd like input from council on whether you think these numbers are appropriate or should we go down to a different level or more, but this scenario is based on the computer calculating what is the most cost-effective way to select streets and how to prioritize streets. So when I asked Stantec to give me what this is based on, it showed, you know, it's most cost-effective to do all your arterials first because there's a lot more traffic loading on there, so it saves you money over time. But of course, that approach wouldn't allow us to leverage CARS funds. So, I mean, that approach doesn't really work for us. It also assumes we keep the good streets good because we don't want them to drop to poor. And it has less emphasis on addressing all those streets that are serious or poor because you're going to spend a lot more money and, you know, you're only going to bring up the PCI of one street. So I don't necessarily think that we should use this approach, but once we determine the budget scenarios and the amount of money, then we want to come back and sort of start recommending some criteria or some proposed, you know, this is the streets we start first and this is how we do it. It may be that we say, okay, we're only going to do one arterial, we're going to do some surface treatment, some fairs, and then let's do one big rehab, you know. And so there's a lot of different options that we can look at. We also need to look at, you know, coordinating with other utility companies and projects and things like that. So there's a lot of factors that will go into that, but like to start bringing that back to you next month. Last slide. this would be in the PowerPoints. And this slide will just talk about next steps and what wasn't included in some of our assumptions.
Do you see that?
No? So back to the PowerPoint.
Is it not showing? Okay.
The advantages and the disadvantages
Is
of
it there now?
on Zoom. Yes. Okay, so these are some of the items that were not included, and I'm, asking for your input either tonight or through our whole process of things we may want to consider or not. The biggest thing to consider is stormwater infrastructure. So there's so many streets that don't have any infrastructure at all. It's very costly to go back and put it in, but it's also very important if we're really truly going to, set ourselves up for success in the future, because it's important to capture the stormwater. Otherwise, it will deteriorate a street very quickly. You may look at the bottom of a street where there's no stormwater, and that's where it all flows down the street, and it just sits there and it ices up, or the pavement's really deteriorating because that's where all the water goes because it wasn't collected on the way. Or you have sump pumps that, discharge, and, other examples like that. So, if we're investing a large amount of money in streets, then it makes sense to do it right so we don't have to keep going back and fixing the same problem. Of course, there's always the budget constraint that we have to consider too. And like I said, water is not a street's friend, and it can cause potholes and damage, and the moisture seeps down into the base, and then you have to replace that base. Whereas if you can, have a stormwater collection, continue to seal streets and prevent that moisture from going down there, you're not going to have to maintain it or repair it, to that extent that's more costly in the future. So I wanted to go ahead and just give you an idea of what, if we added in stormwater, what would that be, and can we even afford it? And so I've asked one of our on-call to start giving me some ideas, like let's take a look at a couple pilot subdivisions to see what those costs may be. And then one concern about not addressing stormwater is that we've adopted APWA 5600, which is the standard, requirement for stormwater. And if we don't, we're okay if we just do surface treatments, but if we start to really do the full depth replacement, it's really considered that, we should install stormwater. And there's liability. If we don't do it, we'll have to kind of do a design waiver, which we can do, but it kind of just subjects us to more liability. So say that we put in a new street, we don't address stormwater, and then there's more than, like one of the criteria is any street should be less than 7 inches in the road over a 100-year storm. And so if there are streets that are higher than that and we don't address it, and say somebody gets in an accident or floods, then they're going to come back on us on liability. So just some of the things to consider. I wanted to bring that up. So the other difficulty with stormwater is that, say we decide to install stormwater infrastructure in Millhaven. So then we have to look at the downstream end. And because we can't just start addressing the streets with the worst ends of it, they're at the top of the hill, we need to really start at the bottom where it discharges and move our way up, so that otherwise we're installing pipe that doesn't go anywhere. So that kind of complicates our criteria. So just wanted to give you a little more detail about that in the future. And I know we've just talked about all the existing stormwater infrastructure that needs replaced. So this is a big concern in how we address it. So really, I wanted to mention that. I'm looking for input on that. The other thing that I didn't include was installing new sidewalks on streets with no sidewalks. And I know that we want to promote more walkability, and I think sometimes certain neighborhoods will want sidewalk and certain ones won't, but sometimes residents are really concerned because in the older neighborhoods with trees, now you're removing my trees to put in a sidewalk, put it on the other side, I'm good with it. So you kind of always have, some of those concerns. And then, some of these smaller lots with, really not very deep lots, then you're really kind of going into someone's yard. So that's just something to consider, and something that really looking for your input on. We didn't include streetlight improvements. Sometimes you would do that with a full depth reconstruction. Honestly, I'm really not sure. The spacing of our streetlight might be fine. We may not need a lot of improvements, but I wanted to include that in there. And then as I talked before, you know, I gave you some of the factors I considered for sidewalks, but I didn't include the cost if we want to go in on a certain street and make it completely ADA compliant. You know, then we got to look at the specific driveway approaches, the relocation of utility poles, etc. So we may want to, you know, on certain streets where it's more doable than others, we may want to do it, or we may just kind of want to focus on, you know, just doing what I said on, you know, just addressing what we can on ADA. But it also depends when you go a mill and overlay or more, that's when you're subject to ADA. And then of course it doesn't include any design costs or potentially land acquisition costs, which I don't know if we'll have any or not, but I wanted to put that in there. And so then we want to talk about the funding scenarios. And if you have any ideas tonight on whether, you know, what we used already is good, then we can start, you know, selecting the criteria for the streets and kind of show you what that PCI may be. So those are next steps. And then of course, follow-up work sessions, you know, how often do you want to meet to discuss? And then of course there's a final report, and then our street preservation program gets underway. So one thing I was going to discuss earlier, and I'll just add it and then I'll be quiet and you can ask all the questions you want, but a lot of cities may set their PCI goals of a 70. And I think I alluded to this a little bit before, but in our case, you know, if we need to go back and address the foundations of the asphalt base and the thickness before we can even get to that, I believe, with the, you know, the available funds. And so we may really want to focus on our overall goal is just to improve our street network. And then once we get to that point where we have that foundation in place, you know, then we may want to look at setting specific PCI goals. So that's just a thought and open to your input as well.
Sally?
Yes, go ahead, Ken.
Can I make one, let me make one comment before we start into that. And I think it just kind of piggybacks on what Celia just said. So when we start to throw out these big numbers, and then we know we have some additional policy decisions to make and additional costs to put around it. I mean, the goal is not to go out and fix every street at one time. I mean, we'll never be able to afford that. And it's not sustainable, obviously, from an economic standpoint. So the goal is, you know, determining what some of these policies are and how do we start to really incrementally improve the overall condition and rating of the entire street network. And that's going to involve all of those pieces that we talked about. So it is, you know, likely to look like a piece of, you know, some intermediate maintenance. And so, you know, you'll look at, for example, you know, why did, you know, we spent $10.5 million on Johnson Drive, and then we already have it in the current 5-year CIP for a UBAS treatment, for a surface treatment, I think in the neighborhood of $600,000. You know, why wouldn't we spend that $600,000? Because we need to go back and protect the investments that, you know, that we're making. So that's why a street program is going to look different than a stormwater program, because it's stormwater in many cases, you go in, you fix it once and you don't touch it again for 30, 40, you know, 50 plus years. So there's a lot more moving parts and pieces, obviously, as Celia's presentation illustrated, but I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, thank you, Laura. Yeah, I have one, can I ask one quick question of Laura while we got her, Ken, and then jump in? Do we have any work sessions on the schedule yet? I'm just looking, you know, obviously we can keep going now, but it is almost 10:30. And so, you know, once we do some high level questions, it might make sense to think about setting a work session just on this topic, even at this stage. But
Yeah, I mean, that was one of our questions this evening, is to just say, you know, what's your appetite? I know Councilmember Thomas at a recent meeting said she's willing to meet as often,
Yep.
you know, as it takes. We don't have any work sessions set. We do have our August work session, or typical August work session date we've targeted for our first kind of conversation on some of the racial equity issues. So I think that probably isn't a good fit, but we really wanted probably the most feedback around how, you know, how much do you want to batten down the hatches and, you know, dedicate time to get through this. We'll need some time, obviously, to continue to pull together data for you, but, you know,
yes,
let's look at some goals, because I think the collective brain power around it is not going to be very, we want to start this way earlier than 10:30 at night.
right. That's my thought. And we can let Ken ask his questions, but I mean, I'm with Hillary that I think this is a top priority for residents and we should be spending all the time we can on it, and happy to have additional work sessions, etc.
Yeah,
Ken?
that was basically my recommendation. Let's go ahead and schedule a work session. I think that what we need to do is we need to reach a point where we say our annual level of spending on this needs to be X. And I'm looking at that initial graph where it's probably somewhere between 2 and 2.5 million, just to get ourselves on a long-term trajectory to start to really address this in a positive manner. I really get tired of having CARS programs dictate what our priorities are. And that seems to be what happens, because we know that CARS will pay for 50%, but then we don't do anything with the rest. And so I think we have to start to make these residential streets a priority. And then, yes, supplement it with CARS programs where we can. But I think that what you have outlined, Celia, it presents the complex nature of this issue. And as much as you want us to have guidance and give you guidance, I think in a lot of ways, we're going to have to defer to you to set up the strategies that you think are best for us to really meet our goals.
Thanks, Ken. I did want to share one additional comment that we've got from Josh in the chat that I think is a good point. Is that another benefit for decreased lane widths is decreased construction and maintenance costs. As we move into the future, please continue to explore options for right sizing lanes to 10 feet or less in width for all street maintenance and new projects. And I think that is a really good point, especially as we explore the neighborhood conversations and we talk about sidewalks and things and, you know, going into yards or where trees have to come out. You know, in some circumstances, it might be that we could narrow those neighborhood streets, especially if you're talking about a sidewalk on only one side. So thanks, Josh, and I appreciate the input. And I would love to see our Sustainability Commission more involved in some of these conversations as well. I don't know if they could be a part of the work sessions, or if some of our work sessions could be, you know, joint conversations around these issues with them.
The one thing about narrowing the lanes, especially on residential streets, is we still have a lot of our streets where people park on both sides of the street, and then it makes it very difficult for trash trucks to go through. So I think if we're going to do that, we have to start thinking of one-sided parking and not allow two-sided parking.
Well, do we have any other comments or questions this time? Laura, did you?
Well, I'm looking at I'm looking at a calendar and thinking in my head here. So just looking ahead, obviously I think you know, next week is too soon to meet, and then we've got legislative meeting and then our work session in August. But as I look at September, you know, what I think we'll do is let Celia and I kind of put together some potential calendar dates in September, because we have actually 5 Wednesdays in September. And it might make some sense for us to try to target, but knowing what you all's calendars look like, let us send out kind of some doodle polls, and we'll here in the next day or two, and maybe we can put together some options for some September, and we can make some real headway in some September meetings to kind of advance the conversation.
And just to clarify, do you want to go over a lot of this data that I presented in more detail? Do you want to, you know, have some of that stormwater information done before there? It's just so I can be as prepared as I can be.
I think that the detail is interesting, but I would be much more interested in strategies that we can look at the data and that you can present us with what's the best approach, you know, theoretically. I mean, I like to look at your decision tree. That's the kind of thing I think it's important for us to get a little bit better understanding for in relationship to what we see in our own neighborhoods.
Yeah. And I think having a sense, like you said, of pilots of some of those other options might be good, or, you know, if it's a cost per mile or whatever the unit is on things like doing this stormwater, or, you know, what does sidewalks look like? Is it so expensive that, you know, it's going to be cost prohibitive from the outset, or is it a conversation worth continuing to have? You know, so getting some of that, more of that information might be good, whether for the next meeting / for first work session or for future dates.
Okay, thank you.
Solly.
Laura, you're muted. Oh yeah, Trent.
I think one question I still have from council's perspective is if we're expected to kind of give streets and actual specific locations in this discussion, or if we should try to do our thinking more along the lines of the criteria and that you presented tonight, Celia. So if there, you know, if there's some sort of, I guess, guidance that Laura or Celia has on kind of how we should be thinking about this, that would be helpful for my preparations too, when we kind of have this work session.
And that's definitely a next step, to kind of start to go through that criteria and just kind of show you what it would look like if we did this type of criteria versus another. Okay. So
yeah, we don't want you to start trying to make decisions about individual streets. So I think we'll make the most progress if we can put together some, you know, pilot examples and bring those costs back to you, and then kind of show you again how we might balance a variety of different treatment types to make sure that we're addressing the degradation curve appropriately with the dollars that, you know, that we're investing. And so the one thing I think that Celia and I were talking about this afternoon, I mean, Stantec is sort of modeled on that budget graph, you know, what 3 different scenarios based on funding levels. And we can ask them to do some additional modeling. It would probably be helpful now if, I mean, so they've done the $1.5 million, $2 million, and then $2.75 million. You know, if I think about where we are in terms of revenues that we generate currently for street maintenance, you know, we're generating somewhere between $1.1 and $1.2 million with the mill levy that we've dedicated, plus about $250,000 annually from gas tax revenues. And then the street sales tax, depending on the economy, will generate somewhere between $550,000 and $600,000 annually. Now, that a large portion of that is currently dedicated to debt service, but that debt service is going to retire in 2022. So one of the things that we'll want to think about in terms of sales tax renewal is, you know, is a quarter cent, you know, what we would want. So think about the difference between a quarter cent that generates $550,000 to $600,000 and 3/8 cent, for example, on the Parks and Recreation side, which is generating somewhere between $875,000 and, you know, $900,000. So I think there's some play and some interplay potentially between the sales tax renewals and do we have it balanced right based on our needs. But do you want us to model another scenario higher than $2.75 million at this point? or are you comfortable? I mean, I look at that and say, you know, they're modeling, and we're going to have to nuance it a little bit because we're going to have to think about taking some of the arterials out of this. But that model gets us over, you know, the 10-year horizon to that average PCI of 81.5, which puts us solidly into the good, right, the good category. So if we think that is at this point an appropriate sort of target range, then we can just work with the models that we have. But one of the things we would want to get Stantec on is a model, if we want to model some higher investment than $2.75 million.
One of the things that,
sorry, go ahead, Ken.
one of the things that I'd like to see us perhaps look at is separate out the arterial that we get CARS funding for as a separate funding source or a separate revenue source from the residential, and then look at the residential as a separate fund so that we can actually put some more funding in the residential, and maybe we're going to ask for a higher mill levy for that particular dedication. So in other words, we have 7 mil right now. If we go to 8 mil for streets, that one additional mill is going to be strictly for residential, and we're going to segregate the cost of the arterial versus the residential.
Yeah, I agree with Ken on that having conversations about not only what the different sales tax levels get us, but yeah, what does another mill get us? Does that get us to where we need to be to get up to those, that 80+ rating, or, you know, what are our options?
And then, of course, Brian and Laura would be able to analyze this better, but, you know, maybe we want to, you know, would it make sense to take out a bond to start kind of hitting it hard and getting, you know, more work done up front? Of course, that's way down the line, but, you know, something that we may or may not consider.
That was the question I was just going to ask about is, you know, can we try to see if there's some kind of scenarios we can look at to maybe accelerate some of the really bad condition stuff with some debt financing right now, because rates are super low. It might help us get a little bit closer and finance it over a longer term. I don't know.
Yeah, and I think the trickiest part with that is trying to get into the market with the rates being low, with the, you know, it's finding that right balance, and I think we can get there pretty quickly. But without, I mean, if for some reason we were not successful in getting a sales tax renewed, you know, we want to be very cautious in the debt that we take on, and how that carves into the other existing, the other revenue streams. But I think absolutely that looking at the potential to use some debt financing to get ourselves ahead and caught up in some fashion is, you know, really attractive scenario.
Anything else for now, or do we want to have Laura and Celia move forward with getting us some work session dates? Mayor, did you have something?
Yes, I just wanted to mention that deciding what our average PCI wants to be is kind of a driver, right? And so I heard 80 thrown out. That seems high to me. And I know we've had complaints from citizens about road conditions, but I think we also need to make sure that we're keeping our residents informed about these kind of conversations. So I don't know what our plan is for rolling out some of this information, because everybody wants something better, but they don't want to pay for it. So I do think we want to make sure we're balancing a lofty goal of having an 80 PCI with our residents' willingness to pay for that, because people want things, but when you start talking about increasing the fee to them, that's sometimes where you get some pushback. So the only way we can be successful is if we start rolling out some of this information to let people know, so that they can come along with us on this journey and come and in their own minds you know, start finding consensus that, yes, we may have to spend a little bit more, but I want to make sure we're not leaving that piece out.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right. And that I think residents aren't necessarily averse to spending more or having to pay more if they know what they're getting. And so I think, you know, mapping out those scenarios of, you know, what does this sales tax get us, or what does, you know, this bond look like, or, you know, what does one more mill do, is all really important to have those discussions.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
Now, the only thing that I would add, and it goes, we haven't thought it through all the way, but, you know, part of why Celia spent as much time as she did sort of building out some of the data for this presentation is because our thought is that we start to build a portion of the website that we can use and direct people to help educate them on, you know, whether that is, what does a PCI rating mean? What does that start to look like? So again, Mayor, just as you said, there's got to be a whole lot of education that goes along with this. And so I, you know, applaud Celia for the time that she put in the presentation tonight, because I think it builds a great foundation, not only for all of us, but to help us to then start to communicate that to the public and really engage them in the conversation.
Maybe when the final report's released, we could get the Post to, you know, have an ear on it or something like that.
Yeah. Tomorrow it may say what Mission identified, what, $80 million worth of
needed infrastructure repairs,
infrastructure maintenance that needs to happen.
All right, well, anything else for Celia or Laura? If not, we'll wait for the work session dates. And we'll move on to our department updates that Laura was holding for us.
I just have a couple of very quick things. I just wanted to let you all know that we are, I think, either today or probably tomorrow or Friday, going to be submitting our first reimbursement request to Johnson County for CARES funds. They've established a portal and kind of a three-phase process. First phase reimbursement is hard costs. We've only incurred about $20,000 of, you know, PPE and cleaning supplies and partitions and that, but we'll be submitting, would expect to be reimbursed within a week to 10 days. With that process, then we are, phase 2 is a wish list of things that we might want to accomplish, and they're asking us, all the cities, to submit their wish list so that they can evaluate those and then make some decisions about allocation. They've set aside about $50 million in total to come to cities. And then if there's anything left after everybody's wish lists are submitted, then they may move into phase 3 later in the year to look at reimbursement of some level of personnel costs associated with COVID responses. So that we have been very involved in that. Dan Madden's done a fantastic job of tracking and detailing those expenses. And so we'll look forward to starting to get some of those back. And as I mentioned, on the 26th, we have our first meeting at 6:30 p.m. Location still to be determined, and starting our conversations around our racial equity action plan. We did put up the dates and kind of what will be covered at the various meetings that we've identified on the website that went up on Monday. And we'll do a social media post probably before the end of the week to, you know, direct people there as well. But that is available if the public wants to go out and start looking at that. And then I know that we have the comp plan process is getting ready to kick back off starting tomorrow evening with the first meeting of the comp plan steering committee. So we look forward to that. It's going to be, you know, we've had a lull thanks to COVID and we've focused on some other things, but I think the last 4 months, hang on to your hats, because the last 4 months of the year, we've got a lot of ground to cover in a lot of areas. So we'll look forward to doing that. And I think that's about all I have.
All right, thank you, Laura. Well, I think at 10:42 p.m. That concludes our CDC meeting. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thanks. Good night.
Good night. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.